Now, is it true that maybe I stayed out a little longer out at lunch than I normally do? And that maybe, because I stayed out a little longer than I normally do, I had 2 beers instead of my usual 1, and that maybe I'm a little tipsy. Is it possible? It's possible. Can I confirm it? No. Can I deny it? No. Can anyone prove it? Either way, no. You guys can't even prove whether or not I even went to lunch. This could all be a lie. But I'm just putting it on the table that in some reality, that happened, and I'm living the consequences of it. It's a distinct possibility. Let me just make sure this isn't from, yeah, okay, that's good. I'm trying to move. So I don't know if you guys are up on the housing market, but it's a bad time to move. So I gotta be, the places that I'm trying to move into, they literally last on the market for 1 day. So when something pops up, I message them right away, and I'm like, I gotta get it. Let me see tonight. I'm moving in tonight. I'm moving inside of your home tonight. So sometimes I gotta check my phone and see if the people that I've been messaging are getting back to me. You can't prove you aren't drawing anime. That's true. Do we get the course? Look, you get the course. You get the course. It's that simple. If you have to ask, honestly, if you have to ask, you get the course. You get the course. It is chromatic aberration. That's right. And the red-blue shift at the end. At least that's the name that I've heard it go by. Hello, Lizard. Hello, Natler. Hello, Zane. Hello, Psychedelic 2009. Hello, Trash Arms. Hello, Kuzumei. Azaki. What up? Svenskart. The drunk stylist technique. All right, what are we doing today? It's Friday. Happy Friday. Friday is the day to not draw anime, as they say. So we're not going to draw anime. We usually draw anime on this stream every single day, but Friday is the day to not draw anime, as they say. So we're not going to do that. Hello, hello, Steve, says Cyrillic Characters. Hello, Cyrillic Characters. What up, dog, says Roby. Yay, finally caught a live stream. GB, it's your lucky day. It is your lucky day. No Stevenverse opening today? No. Always keep them guessing. Always keep them guessing. I don't know what we're going to do today. I have a bunch of fountain pen drawings that I did while drinking beer and getting lunch because I have an exceptionally good life. So I did these out at the pub while I ate my Beyond Meat burger. So I might develop these, sketch over them. These are just cell phone shots from my sketchbook. They're all they're all smeared because it was unbelievably humid while I was out at lunch. You know, New York is a very hot place, and I kept the water that I was drinking kept dropping condensation onto my sketchbook and smearing out the fountain pen ink. But I did these sketches thinking of some skeletal soldier kind of a guys, one big guy. So maybe we'll sketch over these, turn them into some more fine concepts, some sort of monster in pushed perspective leaping out of some wood, something like that. So I doodled these while I was out at lunch. That one's kind of interesting. That one's weird. It makes no sense. I like things that make no sense. I've spent too long making sense. I like things that make no sense. This is the sketchbook page as a whole. And there it is, little fountain pen doodles. Done while drinking a 6 Point beer unknown. Just 6 Point is the name of the brewery. I have no idea what I was drinking. And a Lagunitas, probably the little something, one of their IPAs. So I got these. I could develop up these thumbnails. Or we could just talk, hang out. I don't know. I'm a little tired. You know the way a family member sometimes is too willing to ask you personal questions. They're a little bit too familiar. I'm feeling a little bit too familiar right now. I don't really feel the need to press anybody on the internet today, so maybe we'll just chat. Do a sketchbook tour. Maybe just go through my sketchbook folder and maybe I'll find some stuff in there that I want to develop further, or some ideas that might spur other ideas. I don't know. More Eldritch Horror, classic. Finally, we can see some non-anime drawings from Steven. I know you've been waiting for it. I know you've all been waiting for it. I almost hit stop streaming there. I gotta move my chat over here. Let me put my stream over there. And let me put my chat over here. I'm leaving if it's not anime. Good, get out. Get out. Go on, doors right over there. You're that kind of a person. It's got to be anime for you to be having fun. Doors right over there. Please, please see yourself out. Take a mint on your way out. Help yourself. We got red ones. We got yellow ones. Go right on out. Alex DeJock. With your anime. Always with your anime. Oh, and he's got big eyes. Oh, it's got to have a tiny nose and a little pointy chin. Nothing else is acceptable. Have you been out in the world? When's the last time you looked at anything? One time. You ever look at anything even in your life? Really, everyone you see in the world has a pointy chin. I don't know where you live. It's interesting. It's weird. Where I live, people have all sorts of shapes of chins. It's weird. Maybe it's different where you live. I don't know. Maybe it's different where you live. Steven, don't you know anything about shape design? Pointy chin is best chin. It's inferior to draw every other kind of chin. That sounds like eugenics. That's all I have to say. Sounds like eugenics to me. Anime. Everybody begging for anime. Had a peanut butter beer once. Says Art Genetica. Art Genetica. Colonel, we have the representative from Epsilon 4 here. This is Lieutenant Art Generica. Hello, Colonel. Art Generica, reporting for duty. Do you have ink stains on all your clothes from that fountain pen ink that doesn't dry fast enough? No. Pretty neat, all things considered. I almost touched my fountain pen to my drawing tablet. Smeared it perfectly. Off with their weeb head. LOL, One Piece has all sorts of characters. Cool. Whatever you say, dog. Sage of Mugen is throwing their opinion into the ring. Anime is just simplifying and twisting reality to give it an appealing style. appealing. I know what appeal is. Appeal is a science. Whatever you say, Sage of Mugen. Whatever you say. I'm just kidding. Everybody relax. Obviously, anime is the objectively most superior style. It's definitely not just a fad that people will forget about in 30 years. It's, of course, objectively good. Matcha says, finally managed to catch a stream. Hello, Mr. Steven. I've been meaning to ask you, how impactful is the proper stylus in digital art? My stylus doesn't have pressure sensitivity, so I thought of getting a new one. Your stylus doesn't have pressure sensitivity? I was going to say the proper stylus means 0, but pressure sensitivity is useful. I would get one with pressure sensitivity. Amongst the ones that have pressure sensitivity, there's very little benefit between different qualities. LMAO, Steven, you must not be depressed today. I'm super not depressed today. I'm super not depressed today. Jesus. What music have you discovered recently that you've enjoyed? I like that. This is not a discovery. I mean, she's a popular artist right now. But as you guys know, I have terrible taste in music. I just like crappy pop music. So, what's her name? That California girl. Remy Wolf. Been listening to some of her hits lately. But if you like music, if you enjoy good music, you probably won't like it. I have horrible, horrible taste in music. Do you guys know any site where I can study heads from any angle, starting the head chapter in Michael Hampton's book? If you go on just like Sketchfab has so many models of just about anything you can think of that you can just kind of rotate around for free. It's not perfect control, but you could do a bunch. I definitely don't like anime style. Ignore my profile picture. Angry drawing it is then. I like brutal slamming death metal where singer sounds like toilet. Yeah. I also like that metal and rock music in general. Most people, well, I don't know about most people, but I find most people don't really like pay attention to lyrics. Like they don't really care. It's just about the vibe, you know? It's like Nirvana nailed like who cares what you're saying, right? Like as long as it's cool, nobody cares. So I'm acknowledging nobody cares, but I listen to lyrics and it's like I like how metal and rock they only oscillate between 13-year-old boy energy and philosophical discussions of what it means to be God or the devil. I like that a lot. I like that there's no in between. My favorite is AC/DC, which is just like, I used to like AC/DC when I was young, but then as I got older, I listened to them more and it's like, oh my God, this is just like pure 13-year-old boy energy. And they're even up there like dressed as schoolboys. So it's like, I know they get it, but it's like, is this cool? Is this actually cool? I don't know if this is actually cool. Just a real 13-year-old boy energy. See me right out of the sunset on your color TV screen. Out for all that I can get, if you know what I mean. Women to the left of me, women to the right. Ain't got no gun, ain't got no knife. Don't you start no fights. 'Cause I'm TNT, I'm dynamite, I'm TNT, and I will not fight. It's like, is that cool? Is that actually cool? Is that actually cool? See me ride out of the sunset? Women to the left of me, women to the right. Like, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I got over it pretty quick. Thunder! Was going to ask if we'd get more Tenacious D today, but this works too. Pretty similar. Pretty similar. Pretty similar. What's your opinion on digital brushes that draw backgrounds like a cloud or grass or rock brush? I mean, they're fine. I mean, who cares, you know? The thing with art is that it's totally okay to want to go fast and it's totally okay to want to go slow. I mean, if I was on a job, I think I'd probably use my cloud brushes 9 times out of 10. But when I draw for myself, I don't use them. It's more fun to take your time and make them yourself for me. I have a cloud brush in here somewhere. Where is it at? Where it at? Where it at? This guy. If I need a cloud on a job, I use this guy 9 times out of 10. It's like, just use that as a base, you know? It's so fast. And it crashes your computer. That's fun. Freaking AC/DC, man. Did anger left the room? No, I'm still angry. I'm just not angry about anime anymore. Now I'm angry about AC/DC. Yeah, we met some girls. Yeah, we met them down at the library. We had a real good time. Yeah! Bow, bow, bow. It's like, it's not cool, man. It's just not cool. Yeah, we met some girls. Yeah, we had a good time. It's like, are you guys 12? Like, shut the fuck up. It's just not cool. Yeah, they blew our minds. They really exude the energy of someone who has never been on a date, who just has never had a real relationship. It's really funny. Yeah, see, I told you guys, just like I said, turning the volume down, who needs hearing? It's like I said, you guys can only handle me at 70%. You guys have no idea the rock drive that is hidden inside of here. You have no clue. The microphone can't handle me. It's like, I'd need a producer for you guys to get me at 100%, I'd need a producer. They'd need to be the sliders, right? Like on the Rode Procaster 2, they'd have to like have the knobs. And they'd have to be like, all right, he's gonna do it, boom. And he's like, all right, he's done singing, boom. And they pull it back up. It's like, that's what it would take for you guys to get me at 100%. I'd have to be turning the gain all the way down. All the way. Challenge you to draw a JoJo character. I wish you knew how unoriginal that is. My God, I mean, I get a JoJo request every 20 seconds. I don't even know what JoJo is, and I don't watch anime. I've never seen JoJo. Everyone's like, Steven, draw a JoJo pose. Steven, you'd be so good at a JoJo pose. It's like, I think you got it. I think you got that covered. I'm never gonna draw a JoJo pose. Just on principle. I'm sure it'd be awesome. I'm sure it'd be like objectively cool for me to draw a JoJo pose, but just on principle. I'm not gonna do it because I'm not a good guy. I'm not a cool or a nice guy, so I'm just not gonna do it. Let's see what's in my sketchbook file. What have I been drawing lately? I need to remember what's been on my mind. I need to remember because I'm not connecting right now. I'm too busy dunking on AC/DC. Some sort of a skull. I drew this the other day. This is like some sort of a composition for a scene using my brass gate. Where is my brass gate? Oh, that's right. I have it in my Paradise Lost folder. Where's my project files? Open a new tab. Finally made it into the Zapata Sanctum. Hello, Travis. Where is my Paradise Lost project folder? Paradise Lost. That gate, which if you guys were on the stream yesterday, you saw me working on this. That right here is that gate, supposed to be in some sort of a scene. Am I late to the stream, Master Zapata? You are late to the stream, Muhammad. And I don't want to put too fine a point on this, but you should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed of yourself for being late to stream. I mean, what else are you doing, honestly? You know? What else are you doing? You're going to be late to stream when this is the most important thing going on in your life? Like, show up, man. Just show up. Step your game up, dude. What was this guy? Steven, who doesn't draw, with a big whip for an arm. Big old monster, sort of a xenomorph inspired kind of a guy. Some kind of a me. Let's see what else I got. Oh my God, the best adult dating site is back. I can't believe this. I can't get this thing out of here. Reported, yes. And then let's just too bad there's no mods on this channel. Oh God. One of the demos for the course. You get the course. The truth is that you get the course. Look, all you need to know is that you get the course. What's all this stuff? I don't remember what this is. Yeah, I think they win. Some sort of a drawing of a scary night. I don't remember if I put this one on the Patreon at any point. I think I shared it on my Discord. I made a video with this one, right? It's a golden monster kind of a thing. Man, I love painting gold. Love painting metal. So high contrast. Is this different? That's taking a long time to open. Oh, I know that is the PSD. Yeah, we met some girls. We had a good time. Yeah. I don't know what that is. What is that? What is that? Corrupted Night sketch. Different sketch for a Corrupted Night. Did a more involved one. Sir Loris Tyrell of High Garden. Sir Loris Tyrell in flowery Gothic armor. Bada 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 digga 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 doo da da. Another shiny night quick sketch. Indications of metal. more stylized. Still Gothic armor. Shape slightly more pushed, proportion slightly more pushed. Have you played Dark Souls or Elden Ring? Yes. Yes, I'm a human being in this corner of the internet, so yes, I've played Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Must have been a study of some screenshot of Barbossa from Pirates of the Caribbean. Golden Dragon. Red back. Some random red back. Bring back Lord Voldemort. You drew it. Do you ever feel like a character you come up with is too much or not enough? Always not enough. Come on. Go all the way. Push it. Push it. Robert Baratheon. Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Some sort of a, I don't remember why the heck I drew this. Some frog, lizard, dragon thing. Let's see those grade school Dragon Ball Z drawings. I wish I had them. Next time I'm over at my sister's place, I'll look for my old sketchbooks and I'll take pictures of my drawings of Goku, Vegeta, and Zero from Mega Man X. Sort of sketch of gold armored angels in the sky going a holy battle. Holy battle! And this one is just called tall.psd. Tall.psd. I have no idea. I do not know. Who knows? Still like the look of that one, but don't know what to turn it into. A study in gold and silver. It's called Twins. I think it was inspired by the twinned armor set in Elden Ring, which I think is such a cool design. Hard to figure out the interdiffuse reflection between gold and silver. Odd effects happen. Another knight. Weird weapon. That weapon is an anachronism. A knight with a very long war hammer. I like the proportions here though, the wide body and the thin arms. Very early medieval period English armor. I like that. Kind of fun. There was an Earth's World interview where he mentioned you? Dope. Send me a link, I haven't heard it. I love Earth's World. What'd he say about me? Has he become one of my detractors? Because I love Earth, but it seems the people that I love always become my most vociferous critics. What'd he say? Did he say that my drawings are graceless and utterly without insight? You can tell me, you can handle it. Did he say that I conquer my drawings using brute force instead of designing them well? I guess I've always known, but I just... so hard to change until someone says something. Whoa, that's a really big file. Way too big. Let's cancel that. Study of some armor over here. Maybe this will be small enough. That's from the Graphit Studio reference pack. Just looking at reflections in multiple lighting directions. Trying to parse out where the red light is coming from, where the blue light is coming from. Study drawings for Ball and a Start, which I did wind up finishing. Steven, I do have a problem that when I try to start working on a new design or artwork, I feel so lazy and unmotivated, even though I always imagine how it would look in my mind. Do you have some advice? This is very difficult to give generalized advice on, but if you repeatedly feel that laziness or lack of motivation on a new piece, it's just because you don't care about it. You know, you don't care about it enough. So for most people, it's one of two things that need to happen next. You either need to reorient your subject matter so that you care more about what you do, right? You've got to stop doing what people think is right to do or what goes in your portfolio. You've got to, you know, if you love tennis, make art about tennis. If you love God, make art about God. You got to do something like that. You need to start doing work that you don't just care about showing off and people thinking that you're good, but you also care about the subject matter. Or you just need to wait to get a little bit older because you don't yet realize how difficult life actually is, and that your odds of ever making anything interesting or that anyone cares about are infinitesimally low. You need to encounter the fact that life is doing its very best to make you boring, mediocre, uninteresting, and not pursue your dreams, so that you will take it much more seriously, that every day that you can create freely and happily is an almost inconceivable gift of good luck. That will allow you to spend a little bit longer on your art. The good thing about that one is that you don't have to do anything but wait. You know, your dad's gonna die, or your mom's gonna die, or your dog's gonna die, or you're gonna get a job you hate, or you're gonna run out of money, and you're just gonna realize, like, oh my God, life's real, you know, and people die out of nowhere, and I'm not special or different, and there's nobody who's interested in me being an artist, right? Like my best friends, my girlfriend, they wish I'd get a normal job and just, you know, stand behind a counter all day. You need to hit that in the face. You need to have a head-on collision with that so that you can take it super seriously. And then once you get that, oh, you'll finish your stuff. You'll finish your stuff. Some scary bats. I don't remember what I did these for. I think I did these on my Discord. That was pretty cool. That looks like some sort of Elden Ring thing. I must have been playing Elden Ring. I did that one months ago. This stream is a wild ride, yo. Man, I'm such a lightweight. 2 beers, right? 2 beers. 4 wings. Definitely inspired by owls without their feathers. If you've never looked up what owls look like without their feathers, dog, check it out. Dog, check it out. That was pretty cool, actually. I like that one. That's all right. else I got here? What else I got here? Oh, I got more evil birds. Here's more evil birds. Baity skatey birds. Some baity skatey birds. I don't know what's going on with that one. He's like some sort of a bird simulacrum made out of meat and fire or something like that. Pretty cool value structure though. That one's just like straight down the barrel what birds actually look like without their feathers. It's probably like a chicken or something like that. I like the big guy. I love the way animals look without their groom. You just see them underneath. If I was drawing an animal with fur and a rim light was hitting it, does the fur give off a subsurface scattering effect? Or would it be something different? Subsurface scattering on human skin always looks red. So would, say, brown fur always come out the same color, or is it based on the light source? It's based on the material. You know, I don't know what the subsurface quality of feathers are. I think it's a little complicated by the fact that feathers are individual feathers. So there might be subsurface scattering if you got really close occurring on an individual feather, but would it occur in the group of feathers, you know? I see feathers because they have sort of a glossy thing going on. They definitely give off a strong specular, but I can't say I've ever seen like a strong subsurface quality from feathers. I don't think so. You know, you may find something like that in your research, but I think subsurface mostly happens on sort of contiguous materials where they're consistent throughout the mass and volume of the object, because it's about clean penetration into this big mass. The big mass scatters the light and colors the light strongly within that big mass, and then it exits the mass in a diffuse reflection. So I feel like it'd be difficult for feathers to do that just because they're not each one is an individual discrete object. But I could be wrong. I haven't seen that effect in references and stuff like that. Is that a Rene Magritte drawing in the middle? I don't think so. I mean, maybe it looks like one, but I don't really copy Magritte. Maybe not related, just asking your views on unrequited love. I mean, if it's unrequited, leave them be, you know? If they don't love you, leave them alone. Just whatever. Move on. Have you ever wondered how uncomfortable knights might have felt in their armor? Well, it couldn't have been comfortable, but research and reenactors seem to find that it's much more mobile than people tend to think. Also, knights were way stronger than the average person. You know, they were feudal lords, you know, and there was really only 3 realms of people in medieval times. There were the people who rule, you know, royalty, aristocrats. The people who there was the people who fight, right? So that's the aristocrats, kings and lords, right? And those were the knights as well. There was the people who pray, the clergy, and there was the people who work. So that's like the serfs and the peasants and things like that. And so lords and knights, really, that was their whole job. You know, the reason that they had fiefdoms and manors and castles and lands and rents bestowed upon them was because they were willing to go to war for the king. So they were trained for battle from day one. So they were strong bastards, generally speaking. They were ripped, dangerous, angry bastards. So they could probably handle it. And plate armor, especially because plate armor was designed to be supported around the waist mostly, which is not how we design our clothing these days. You know, we hang things off of our shoulders and stuff like that. It seems plate armor was more comfortable than people tend to think. If you're interested in naked sex, XYZ, best adult dating site, well, go on and click it. Go on and click it, yeah. Doing a free ad for naked sex, XYZ, best adult dating site, go on and click it. Go on and click it, whoa. Where do you usually get refs? All over. Depends what I'm drawing. For design stuff, you gotta look everywhere. You have to search the bowels of the internet for weird stuff, you know? I spend a lot of time Googling strange desert plant. Spend a lot of time Googling that. I don't know what this drawing was. I did this drawing years ago. This drawing has to be from like 2015 or 2014 or something like that. This is an ancient drawing right here. This drawing's coming up on like 8 years old now, or something like that. The interview with Earth's World is Face the Truth Podcast, episode 162 with Earth. That's awesome. Earth deserves it. Earth deserves the attention. I don't know what he says about me in there, but I think Earth's awesome. I've chatted with him a little bit in like Instagram messages, and I was very gratified to see that I did this. Earth had like 5,000 followers on Instagram or something like that, somewhere under that, I want to say. A pretty low number. And then I did this video where I drew from Earth's stuff in fountain pen. I did that video maybe a year or two ago. And I remember after that video came out, suddenly Earth shot up to like 30,000 followers out of nowhere. But it's not just me. I mean, a lot of people have been using Earth. I'd known about Earth for a long time. I'd learned about Earth from an artist much more popular than me, Thomas Fluharty. Thomas Fluharty had made a post about Earth years ago, and that's where I had started following Earth from, I'm pretty sure. But it's nice to see Earth getting a lot of recognition lately. I got a tab open for that. I'll listen to that later. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-bow. These look disgusting. I love it. Same. I love when stuff is gross. Gross. When learning, you suggest it is centered around projects and that I cultivate a bunch of different skills to fulfill what the project requires. Yeah, but the projects, you have to remember, are stuff you want to do. It's got to be the stuff you're actually interested in doing. It's like, when I say projects, I mean, don't put off your dream art. Like, if you want to do landscapes and oils and you feel like that's your dream, don't take 6 years off to go do nothing but the fundamentals, because that just becomes a way to procrastinate and be afraid of the art that you actually want to do. You always do the art that you want to do. What's this? Looks like I started rendering one of these sketches a while ago. That didn't get very far. Just started laying stuff like that in. Oh man, this drawing's ancient. This drawing has to be 10 years old now. This is back when I was really into like N.C. Wyeth and Dean Cornwell and stuff like that. This is a truly ancient drawing right here. This could have been on the caves of Lascaux. I don't know why that has to be in an accent, but it does. Was also an abundance of peasants with sharp, pointy sticks who were willing to throw down. Yeah, it was actually part of the law that any peasant with the means needed to own an iron sword or something, a steel or iron sword of some quality, to be able to take arms up against, to basically become an insurgency against any kind of invasion from another country. It was part of the law to be properly armed if you could afford it. They were willing to throw down. Well, it's time to throw down. Whoa. Steven, when exposing yourself to long study hours of fundamentals and basics, how to discipline yourself to not get mental burnout? Only spend half of your time doing fundamentals. Spend the other half being creative. Don't stop being creative. Why do fountain pen videos get fire view counts? I don't know. People naturally react to special materials. It's just like, I don't know what it is. I think that about half of people's interest in art is just them wanting to buy new stuff. So anything that clearly invites a desire to buy a new thing, I think we have pretty deep dopamine channels in our brain for that. I mean, you know, if you've been in art for a long time, you've definitely experienced at some point the inescapable urge to buy something that you're like, this is going to be it. And then you buy it and you're like, I'm never going to use this. It's just, it's easier and more fun to buy stuff than it is to draw. So. Looks like I tried to color one of my pencil sketches here. Very big file. Just a basic color pass on that. Got the pencil sketch here. That's the pencil. Now is the color pass. I also think people are tired of digital. Not in my experience. Not at all. People love digital. People really just, I don't know, something really appeals to people about digital. People I don't know. I think people just like the idea that you don't waste materials or something like that. People are really into digital. Your oil paints rant from the Ukraine stream was hilarious. I'm glad you liked it. I don't remember what I said, but I'm sure it was good. If only you could pay per brushstroke, then it would be so fun. Oh man. Someone hook that up. Find a way to do that. Digital is affordable? Well, I mean, I think people tend to assume that, but it's only affordable if you already have a gaming PC. Like, that's why a lot of people think it's affordable, because they're already sitting on a way to play video games. Because it's like, probably the lowest barrier to entry for digital is an iPad Pro, which with the pen will set you back $1,200. And with $1,200, you could easily from scratch buy a really dope oil painting setup for $1,200, and all of the materials you buy in that $1,200 would probably last you a couple years. You know, it is not affordable for people who don't already have a gaming PC. You know. This drawing is so curvy in all the wrong ways. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. This is a demo that I did while I gave a talk at the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design. I did a bunch of other sketches. They must be saved in here. I was mostly talking. It's pretty minimal on the drawing. Yeah, just going through some design ideas. And then just push this one a little bit further. That was a fun talk. It's nice talking to the students. I use an iPad 8th with Procreate. Is there a reason I shouldn't be using it to draw? No. The iPad Pro is always what's on the tip of my mind. But yeah, I forget that they gave the standard iPads compatibility with the Apple Pencil recently. So yeah, that's same stuff. Another sketch. I think I did this on my Discord. Definitely had Elden Ring on the mind. Don't think I ever showed that one here, right? Or worked on it on stream? I don't think so. Yup, I bought a PC for drawing and still don't have a screen or a tablet. Yeah. So yeah, digital tends to be seen as affordable because of the overlap between gamers and people who are interested in digital art. It's definitely not affordable. if you want to run a clean setup, it's expensive. It's just that half of us already have one because we were like, I got to play in 60 FPS, you know? Your medieval hues were so good. I love seeing your drawings. Thank you. I have a lot of fun doing self-portraits. Sphinx. Gold, just love gold. Sphinx. Will you release ultra high res of the really wide Paradise Lost scene on Patreon? You know, I did that one on the first gen iPad Pro, and it's not actually all that high res. I was pretty limited by Procreate. I'm pretty sure the version that I have already posted on there is the highest res. The original working file is like only 4K across or something like that. I just worked really pixelated and tight on it. It's not very big in actuality. Samuel Thomas says, pencil and paper is still the most economical, but the idea with digital art is that it's endlessly reworkable, which encourages experimentation. Resources seem infinite compared to finite, expensive paints. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Love pencil and paper, though. I mean, it is extremely economical. That's why when I made my course, you get the course, I did all the demos with pencil and paper so that there was a very low barrier to entry. So even people without crazy gaming computers could just buy 1 or 2 pencils, buy some paper, ready to go, ready to do the most intense drawing practice out there. Do you ever beat yourself up over your art if you notice mistakes and get frustrated? No. I don't think I ever had that. I've always had... I'm very difficult to discourage, you know? I still get discouraged like anybody, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot to discourage me. I'm very difficult to discourage. I'm a very... I'm slow to... if something doesn't go right, I'm a very, like, move on kind of a guy. I'm like, there's another one. We'll get him next time. You know? I don't know what this is. Some sort of a bat guy. I just do a lot of weird sketches, man. I sketch a lot. What's this? No clue. Let's see how fast. Oh, just some little dragons. Turtle Man. What could Turtle Man be? Guess he looks like a snapping turtle. Some weird dragons, some psychedelic colors. Looks like they're all knotted up in each other. For under $100, you could get a good set of good watercolor gouache and a Pentalic sketchbook and good to go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's just like I said, the lowest barrier to entry for digital art is probably a good iPad, you know, around $1,000, and you could get a lot of really good traditional art materials for $1,000. You could keep yourself entertained for a couple years with what you buy off of $1,000. I started sketching using micron ink pens recently, and it feels so good compared to digital. It's relaxing not having to modify what I put down. Yeah, I can't. I like digital. I do a lot of digital work, but nothing beats traditional. The best thing for me is that I do better work traditional. Because I can sink into it and because it feels more juicy, I'll spend longer on things. I simply can't spend as long on something digital as I can something traditional. You know, how much of the anatomy do you draw before drawing drapery on the figure, assuming the drapery covers the whole figure for a full render? Me? I mean, you don't need to draw the anatomy, but for most people, you should draw the basic shapes of the body underneath. I tend not to do that because, you know, no one's my boss and I don't care what anybody thinks, so I'll just draw however makes me happy. And I know what I'm doing enough that I can save it, but it'll inevitably cause some kind of problem to not have pre-sketched the basic shapes of the figure. The only thing that discourages me with digital is suboptimal ergonomics. Suboptimal. Being hunched over at a desk after the 12th hour is pretty rough. Yeah, digital's hard on the body. Hey, Steven, if you're freelancing for private clients, not companies, what platform would you use for payments? Geez, Venmo? PayPal? I mean, private clients, it's not like some huge amounts of money that you're moving, right? So Venmo or PayPal will do. It's really just whatever's most accessible for them, probably. Do you know the director Tarsem Singh? Yeah, he did The Fall, right? Fall's a great movie. He went to Art Center. I went to Art Center. They used to play his movies at the student showcase or the student gallery to show like, oh, look, he went here. I have my own reasoning, but like, why do you draw things that would be super successful in murdering 1,000 people quickly? Just because it's cool. A lot of people have different vibes that attract them to certain kinds of art, right? Like the vibe they want to get back from the art. Some people want the vibe coming from the piece to be that it's cute or sexy or functional or slick or tricky. My particular vibe is just cool with a K, like Mortal Kombat cool. The vibe that I like is cool with a K, and I'm 15 years old. That's what I like. I just like it to be like cool, you know, like watching a horror movie with your friends when you were 18, cool. Not 18, even younger than that. Like watching a horror movie with your friends when you were 16, cool. That's the vibe I like. Some people say my art is scary or stuff like that. And it's like, I mean, maybe to them, but I don't experience my art as scary. I draw the stuff I draw because I think it's cool. That's it. That's the only thing. Can a regular MacBook do the trick? Yeah. It's probably fine. You don't need that much if you're doing like Photoshop, you know, especially if you're not working on pro gigs. You know, when you get really involved and you're doing professional jobs, yeah, a crazy computer helps because probably the other people you're working with have crazy computers, so they're going to be sending you PSBs that are like 22 gigs with thousands of layers just because one guy on the team likes to work like that or whatever. So it does help to have a crazy computer once you hit that. But For anything below that, when you're just working for yourself, you know, you really don't need that much. You don't need that much. Are you going to keep drinking and get sloppy or sobering up before your wife gets home? My wife would probably be tickled if I was sloppy by the time she got home. I wasn't planning on keeping drinking, but just thinking about some of the whiskey I have in the freezer. Probably not. Probably not. Does your course on form cover turning forms in perspective? Not really, because it's mostly impractical. Mostly impractical. No one really... It covers it in the sense that there's chapters where I tell you, like, don't try to get it right, and I show how to free sketch it. But if you're looking for, like, really didactic, pedantic answers about, like, here's the technical way to turn a form in perspective if you know what the form is, in the way that you might see in like How to Draw by Scott Robertson or something like that. It's like, I don't do that because no one does that. No one does that anymore. Scott doesn't do that anymore, you know? I feel like it's better to learn an art process by doing traditional and then translating it to digital. I tried digital first and I had no idea what to do with the unlimited choices, ironically. Yeah, I soft agree, you know, because, you know, everybody, whatever any individual needs is valid, right? So for someone, it might just be traditional makes no sense and they really should be doing digital the whole time. But as a generalization, I think traditional... I'm surprised people resist doing traditional so much because it is so much easier, in my opinion. And it, for free, it instills good habits, good patience. It's just like, it's the way to go. I'm surprised people resist it so much. But to each his own, as they say. What do you think about Corel Painter? Made by the devil. I mean, made by Satan himself. I mean, Lucifer the Morning Star sat down in his haunted sepulcher, surrounded by the bones of aeons of heroes, and said, let me make the worst software mankind has ever seen. And in Python or C++, he coded Corel Painter. And when he was done, when he compiled the executable, a hollow, dark laughter rang all through hell. That's what I think about Corel Painter. Steven, did you have a goth phase? Me? Goth? Never. I have no goth tendencies. Can you show us some of your client work you did in the past? Not really. I mean, I wouldn't want to risk it. I can say some stuff that I've worked on, but I don't want to like show the work, you know. I'd probably be fine, you know. My ADs don't watch these streams or anything like that, but it's just not worth it. Isn't it industry standard for concept artists that individual props and objects are placed on their own layers? Depends on the job. That's it. Just depends on the job. There's no real standards. Yeah, Alex, we definitely just have different standards for what's scary or disturbing. I know that. I know how normies see my art, for sure. I saw drawing anime, I'm interested. Don't you know how to read? The name of the stream is not drawing anime, as usual. And anyone on this stream will tell you that I'm a man of my word, and I speak no lies. I'm sketching traditionally right now. You got it. There's no undo button with traditional. Erasers exist, just for the record. There's even erasers that erase ink, you know. They do make those. It'll destroy your paper, but if you draw on heavy enough paper. Hey, Nick. Digital allows you to not worry about mistakes as much, so I experience the most growth when I switch to digital, but switching back to traditional after feels so much more natural. To each his own. Do you think How to Render by Scott Robertson can be overkill in some contexts, like How to Draw? Overkill in some context? I mean, no one, you know. I think How to Draw and How to Render, look, Scott's a genius. Thomas Bertling is a genius. I love them both. They were great to me. I feel honored to have learned those things from them in person, right? And I would never undo it. I'm glad I know those things, and I would never undo it. I love it. I cherish it. But I'm a weirdo. I'm a freak. And I'm in a privileged position. I like drafting things by hand. I like, just on a lark, because I'm fast enough on jobs, that like, just for fun on a job, I'll expand the canvas, I'll do the station point, I'll do the 60-degree cone of vision, or 120, 90, 30, whatever it is I want for that shot. I'll place the vanishing points, I'll do rotational vanishing points, I'll do vanishing points for inclined planes, I'll do vanishing points for the sun, I'll do inverse vanishing points for the sun's shadows. I'll do all of that stuff just for fun. Pure fun. Scott and Thomas don't do that anymore. They went to 3D, and nobody works that way. Nobody works that way. Overkill in some contexts, overkill in all contexts. It's for the love of the game. That's the only reason you learn that stuff at this point. And like I said, I love it. I'm not being disparaging, and, you know, it gets my gears going, you know, but it's not, you don't work that way. No one works that way anymore. Where could I get a portfolio review or mentorship? I need to find a job and change my portfolio for that and improve art. Thanks. Just look for, you know, just follow your favorite artists on social media very closely. And watch for when they say, hey, I'm doing mentorships because it turns out the industry is a dumpster fire and I need an exit strategy. And get in there on day one and have them help place you. That's the way to go. Corel Painter is a nice piece of software engineering. You know nothing, John Steven Snow. Just, I was joking before, but just for the record, for all the Corel Painter people out there, I have not used Corel Painter since like Corel Painter 7 back in 2005 when I was 15 years old. So I haven't used it since then. I have no real idea. I know people use it. It's probably good. I didn't like it when I was 15, but I was 15, you know, almost 20 years ago. So. Who are some artists you copied and studied when you were a young artist trying to develop your skills? The list is impossibly long. Way too long. By volume, I've probably copied Frank Frazetta more than anybody else. By volume. We're just clicking through my sketchbook. That's it. My sketchbook file on my computer, of course. Just random stuff. Hi, Hubs. Steven, I know you just made your new class, but will it ever have a holiday sale or something? Maybe. I haven't, I'm just focused on running it right now. I don't know. Anything's possible. How do you avoid letting your emotions get in the way of your art practice? My entire YouTube is the long answer to that question. All of the videos on my YouTube channel. If you've only encountered these streams, I have tons of non-stream videos on the YouTube. They're, you know, more condensed, scripted talks about how to control your mentality in art. So just watch some of the old videos. And don't forget to send me money. Like, just give me like half your yearly income before taxes in the mail. Just send it to me in the mail. Mood Crisis says, why don't you like anime? What's to like? I bet Steven would love Attack on Titan, just like every other anime. Tried it, bounced off. I give everything the old college try. I've never watched an anime for more than 2 episodes. It's just not for me. I know that it's the era-defining art form of our generation, but it's just not for me. Hi, Joe. Hello, nice to meet you. Do you like to draw more dynamic without reference or realistic with reference? Without reference is my fun spot. I still have fun drawing from reference, but I draw more without reference. Mark says, hi there, just wanted to say I've returned to drawing for fun after a long time doing it only professionally, and you've inspired me to also. Oh, Mark, that's awesome. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Can you draw a furry? Absolutely. I mean, if I drew a furry, it would be the greatest furry anyone's ever seen. Like, no one could compare. I absolutely could. The question is, will I? And if you want to find out if I'll draw that genre-defining furry, be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell so that you get the notifications when I post the furry drawing to end all furry drawings YouTube video. Steven, you have any abstracts or experimental stuff to show? Not here, I don't think. I've done plenty, but I don't think I have any here. Steven, how do you apply your philosophy? Always draw what you like, aim for, into everyday study of the fundamentals. Isn't something you need to do and understand before making others? Isn't it some things you need to do and understand before making others? No, I think that whole viewpoint is all based on the idea that you shouldn't make bad stuff. If you get over that, that's the biggest problem in art. That's the number one biggest problem for beginners, is that beginners think you're not supposed to make bad stuff, that your whole life is some sort of unbroken sequence of failures until you make your first good drawing. If you abandon that, then that whole viewpoint that you presented there, isn't it some things you need to do and understand before making others? That falls apart. Yeah, always draw what you like, aim for. It's like, I just did that for years, and just, it was okay if it was bad. It made me happy, I had a good time, and I was learning incrementally, and that's it. I just studied the fundamentals along the way when it felt right. I never forced myself. I'm lucky that I found studying the fundamentals fun on their own. I just like doing that kind of thing, and I like the sort of science part of things. You know, I almost went into science instead of art, so that really, the parts of the fundamentals that were like perspective, the science of light and stuff like that, that really tickled me, the scientific part of my brain. Burgeoning as it was. But the fact that I didn't have it all in hand never prevented me from drawing. You just got to get over the feeling that you're only supposed to make good things, you know? That's the number one biggest problem in art. Frank Frazetta's a genius. You bet he was. Goodbye, bot. Goodbye. I think the video that helped my mentality when drawing the most was by far Your Artist Block Doesn't Exist. Completely changed me and my relation to drawing. Thank you so much, Heaney. I really mean that because I don't know. I don't hear many reactions to that one. And that personally was like, that's one of my favorites. I was like, when I wrote that one, I was like, that's it. That's it. So it's really cool to hear that. Thank you. I don't know what that is. Oh, I drew these guys on stream. I did those on a stream a while ago. These were based off of some plants at the... what was it? Plants at the New Orleans... New Orleans Botanical Garden, I think it was. Am I wrong for doing art with the goal of making something usable as a game without thinking of industry? I just kind of want to work on my own things and then work at a cafe. No, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything in art. You decide. You do you, man. You do you, baby. What's this? Some sort of centaur? Looks like some... This looks like a Carlos Huante design. I don't know when this is from. I don't remember making this. Maybe I was looking at a Carlos Huante. The head's kind of cool. This file is just called Staff Holder. Your guess is as good as mine. Tree monster. Man Tower. Nothing wrong with anime? Prove it. Prove it. Prove there's nothing wrong with anime. You don't know. How could you know? Steven, I find myself trying out various styles of mediums for a while, but it feels like I can't settle down with the direction to focus on. Don't worry about it. I mean, is something wrong? You know, do you need a... You trying to get a job or something like that? That might be a problem, but if you don't have stuff like that going on, don't worry about it. Be free. Let yourself not be focused. What fun! That's a lot of fun. Hi, I know you've talked a lot about drawing joyfully, but what do you think specifically about the 50% rule that Irshad Karim emphasizes? I agree with it. I say it too. It's one of the oldest rules in drawing. I mean, you see people mentioning that in some of the, not specifically 50%, but if you read any of the old drawing manuals and stuff like that, even the really old ones, like some of the first ones from the Renaissance era and stuff like that, they almost all advocate somewhere in their preface, like, always be doing quick studies from memory to enhance the imagination. Like, people tend to not pay attention to that because it's just said in one sentence, but it's actually probably the most profoundly important sentence in the pursuit of art. So all this looks like I was trying to design some sci-fi cars based on an i8 and a classic Mercedes. Gull-wing doors. This one's got to be based off a truck. Ethan says, draw from reference or you are going to get nowhere, baby. Is it true? It's true for most people, not for everybody. You might be the, 10 in a generation freaks who really just have a completely insular vision. Or, you could be Alex Gray tripping out on LSD and just be trying to depict your visions. But for most people, you need to do some drawing from reference because you don't understand what things look like. You've been grappling with concepts your whole life. You don't know what the actual reality of light and shadow shapes actually looks like. Boxerwing says, I love being a beginner. I go from illustrating ideas to drawing portraits from Victorian photos to just doodling. No limits for me. It is the best. Being a beginner is an underappreciated time in the journey of art. I have some studies of models here, but I can't show them because the wieners are out. Sort of a cool canyon thing. How do you break away from reference, though? When I try to draw from imagination, my brain goes blank. I mean, it's honestly, it's an impossible question to answer. That's the truth. It's like, and by definition, there's absolutely no way that there could be any help for that.
Come in. Oh.
Hello, Joseph, is it?
Hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joseph. Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh. Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh, no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you do this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with form from imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about form from imagination. Bye, Great White Sufi. Demonetized for wieners? Always. Always. Nick says, oh, I just got the try this for 6 months is the time we actually spent on the course. You got it, baby. You know, there's layers to it. The link to Form from Imagination is in the description of this stream. If you're interested in improving your imaginative work, that course is my 20-something hour answer to that. Aged person. Do you like the comic artist Mobius? Oh yeah. Who doesn't like Mobius? Come on, Mobius is quality content. Quality content. Pretty detailed work on this one. I don't usually go that far. Steven, this is why you're goated? Yeah. Not the art. Yeah, I know. You guys don't have good enough taste to be here for the art. I know you guys are only here for my world-class entertainment and my leading man charisma. But, you know, if you guys get good someday, you'll look back and you'll be like, my God, he was better than any of us understood, you know? You'll get there. You'll get there. As I've said many times, as you progress in art, it will only serve to help you better understand the scope of my achievement. An alien. Yep. There's a cartoonish Robert Baratheon. I have a huge amount of tabs open in my... It's a lot of tabs. Oh, I think it's like a sci-fi Robert Baratheon. This stuff you guys have seen. This is all just sitting in my sketchbook file. Or maybe you guys have seen this other version of it. That was sketch number 1. Now it's the more developed sketch. Got a couple versions here of Jon Snow fighting some zombies beyond the wall. This is one I should pick up again. I think I would restart it, but I could redo this one. Steven, did Cynics ask you for a prompt for his boot camp? He did, yes. That was a fun back. Quite a bit of development there. Is this Studio Ghibli? Yep. Yeah. They wish, man. They wish they could be putting out gold like this. Zombies always ripped. This looks like a more developed version of it. But it's saved as a discarded version, so I don't think I like the way it went. This one's pretty old. This one's got to be a couple years old now. I don't know why I didn't... I recorded this one. I should have at least made a YouTube video with just the process shots, but... I guess I thought I would for sure go further with it, and then I moved on. Never got back to it. This one's just called Big Boy. Let's see what that is. No clue. I like how compressed and low contrast that is. That's fun. Looks like a bloodborne enemy. One of the little beast guys from Yarnum. Steven, do you ever just drop random prompts during streams for viewers who need a little push to start sketching? Sometimes people ask for it, but I generally refuse. You need to make your own prompts. You need to make your own way in this world. It's like anything I would say is just as good as, you know, hitting the random button on Wikipedia or something like that. This file is just called concept art. This is conceptart.jpg. I like that. So many people feeling personally attacked by the anime hate. It's so, I mean, all you got to do is say, I say not drawing anime as usual, and that's enough. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. Do you delete some work or you keep all digital work? I mostly keep it. I mostly keep it. Sometimes I delete it by accident, or it's all on old hard drives or stuff like that, but I mostly keep it. Yeah, it's quality art right there. Quality art. Why is this one that was relatively recent so far down in my folder? 'Cause this is all by date. I don't know how that happened. Looks like I was playing with the dissolve function in Photoshop on this one. Pretty fun effect. You can still get rendering, even though it's all pure black and white. You can still render with it. See there, it's just like, looks kind of like a QR code. You know, it's all pure halftone, and then when you zoom out, it looks rendered. Yeah, this is the one. That was the one I'll be remembered for sure. Another one with the halftone effect. It's pretty fun. Maybe I'll do more of that later. Is that a kidney? Oh, yes. It's absolutely a kidney. Hi, Steve. Do you think drawing things using cross contour cubes, spheres, and cylinders is useful? Oh, yeah. I'm a beginner that draws from reference, and I feel that just with shading I can achieve the 3D feel. It is useful. I mean, if you're gonna keep using reference, you don't ever really need to do those structural prime. You don't ever really need to do those structural foundations as long as you're always consciously thinking of them, like projecting them into your reference. But I think they're basically essential if you want to work from imagination, or at least if you want to have a lot of structure and rendering and things done from imagination. It's pretty essential to at least know what the heck's going on a cube and a sphere, you know, or else you're just, if you can't parse that out, what hope do you have of parsing, you know, a figure? It's just not going to happen. And it's not all that hard. I mean, in my course, it's like, I just ask you to do one. If you're doing it in pencil, I'm not asking you for 1,000 cubes and 1,000 spheres the way I had to do. I'm like, just render one good sphere, one good cube. That's all I need, you know? If you got that, you got it. Yeah, that guy was fun to do on stream. A question about art history. Which historical master was the biggest jerk of them all? Depends if you believe what people say about them. Because, I mean, a lot of them, it was supposedly all defamatory, you know, lies told by others. Hold on, I got to see if these people about the apartment message me back. From what I know, who's the biggest jerk of them all? I've heard Da Vinci was pretty haughty, but who knows if you believe it, you know? I think it seems he thought he was smarter than everyone because he was smarter than everyone. It's, my interpretation is that Da Vinci was the smartest. Well, I know you're asking about generally historical masters, but I find the triad of Raphael, Michelangelo, and Da Vinci really interesting, and I interpret it as Da Vinci was the smartest, Michelangelo was the most talented, fight me on it, and Raphael was the most socially palatable. He actually knew how to handle his fame and how to be cool and sort of cavort with his patrons and things like that. Oh yeah, Picasso. I guess he counts as a historical master. Yeah, Picasso is trailing a pretty bad legacy of of being a jerk. What's the name of that layer plugin? There's a link to it in the description. Caravaggio was a chill dude, right? I think he murdered someone, right? But I don't know. Again, that's one of the ones where it's like, I don't know if it's I don't know if that's true or if that was a defamatory thing that they said about him. I should go back and make a pencil drawing out of one of these. Probably that one. I like the way the hand sort of psychedelically blends with the body. This file is called Extremely Important. Open me. Extremely important. Open me. .psd. Yeah. Hey Steven, have you used the 2mm and 1/8 lead mechanical pencils? If so, what are your thoughts? I don't think so. The lowest I go is a 0.3, but you can do everything with just one pencil. You could do everything with just a 0.5. I use the 0.3 for very specific reasons. Art saved my life. Me too, Falls. Me too. Do you ever surprise yourself when you draw? Constantly. That's why I keep coming back. The heck is this? What the heck is that supposed to be? That thing's gross, man. Cat Eyes! Very cool anime adult game! Cat Eyes! The bots are getting smarter. I think they're mad at me for just mentioning anime in my title. This looks like a little color test over this one. This is a whip of sort of a head crab looking thing. And then it looks like in the middle of it, I threw some test colors over it. Don't know what that is. I've got the power of God and anime on my side. Your guess is as good as mine on that one. Just got to draw a lot. Oh no. Gotta get that off the screen. Oops. I don't know what this is. This file is just called I'm sad. I'm sad.psd. I'm sad. Steven seems to have sobered a bit. Don't test me. It won't take much to push me off the edge. You would all be so lucky. The heck is this? This one's called Mouse. Mm-hmm. Oh, I must have drawn it with the mouse. That would explain why the shapes are so... There's no size jitter on the shapes. Who knows why? Maybe I was on the phone or something. I was too lazy to look for my pen. Can you possibly show some of your older drawings when you were still learning? I would, I just don't have them on here. I gotta go dig them up. Looks like this was a V1 for that bigger painting of John fighting off White Walkers. White Walkers. White Walkers. The others. An ogre. Strangest file name you've come across? I don't know if any of them have been strange yet. I was always sad about how they depicted the White Walkers in the show. Martin always talked about them more like Ice Fae. Yeah, I don't know. I think the, I think like the whites, like, I think like the scenes, I mean, right off the bat, I think like the scenes where the whites, let's just make the distinction. Like the whites that the White Walkers raise from the dead, those are zombies. I mean, those are straight zombies in the books. But yeah, the White Walkers seem more intelligent in the books. I mean, they're, even right off the bat in their first scene at the prologue of the book, they're kind of like cruel and they laugh, right? There's another layer there. Wow, 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 wow. I like that guy. I like him. All you gotta know is that I like him. Do you ever take inspiration from your dreams? I don't really have a vivid dream life. I have a pretty boring dream life. I think because I spend basically my entire waking life imagining things very vividly. I don't think my brain really takes the dream time as some sort of time to have vivid visions or anything like that. Jokes aside, Steven, is there any specific style of art or cartoons that you genuinely dislike? No. No, I tend to like... No, I don't think there's any that I dislike. I think all stylizations are interesting at their core, you know? Will your course give us the tools to make paintings like these that you were showing us? Yeah, I mean, that's all the tools I use, you know? I mean, my paintings are just my drawing ability, just form, all form focus, my drawing ability with some color thrown in. That's it. It's really all I do. Oh, I gotta get that off the screen. What's all this? Snow troll, some sort. Some sort of crafty snow troll. Games by Mark Wolf says, by the way, good to see you streaming again. Thank you so much. Hey, I'm happy to be here. I do have fun streaming. I like being around. We had a fun week this week streaming. I mean, anybody on here will tell you we had a fun week streaming, man. Anybody will tell you that. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Come on, everybody knows. Everybody having a good time. This was done on a stream. What's this? It's called stream.psd. Ah, this was a stream I did with Modern Day James. Modern Day James. Transparent alligator from a stream I did once. I think I remember being a few drinks deep on this stream as well, the one where I did this this alligator. Advice to monetize weird drawings from imagination. Man, I don't know. Most jobs don't need that. You know, most jobs, when they're ready to hire an artist, they know what it is. So there's not, it's not weird usually, you know. I've had to be very crafty about it personally. You know, I think you need to find a way that's going to work for you, you know. If it's not going to be about the art, you know, if you're going to sort of freewheel and do whatever you want, then almost by definition, you've got to add something else on, right? Like for me, it's the drawing, but it's also the singing. People are here for the singing. So it's like the drawing is maybe what brings them in at first, but then it's the singing that gets me paid. So I don't know if you're a world-class singer like I am, but if you're not like a hidden Tony Bennett, you know, like I am, then you're gonna need to find another way. You're gonna need to find another way. I'm sort of like a Tony Bennett, Frank Sinatra, Chris Cornell, kind of a Freddie Mercury kind of a thing, you know, but better than all of them. Hold on while I adjust my glasses to squint at this thumbnail to see if there's a wiener in it. I don't think I can show that one. I think I drew the wiener on that one. Wow, this one's barely there, huh? It looks structural in the thumbnail, but when you zoom in, it's all soft airbrush stuff. I remember this stream. You streamed with your wife. Oh yeah, she was there when I drew that alligator. That's right. Man, I'm opening a lot of files right now, my dudes. A lot of files. Who the heck is that? Did I do this one on a stream? I don't think so. I think this was just morning coffee right here. And these sketchbook files go deep. So it's fun to see stuff and be like, I remember making that. You know, it's fun to just be surprised. Like, when did I make that? I don't remember ever making that. But that's what happens when you've done like thousands of drawings. It's like there's no way you're gonna remember even a significant proportion of them, you know? Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking. Witches. Witches, 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 witches. Did I make a video with this, or did I stream this? I don't remember. I feel like I might have done these guys on a stream a long time ago. These were some fun witches. I like the variety of moods that I got there. I remember I posted this on Instagram, and a real witch got mad at me. Like someone who says they're a witch. And not mad at me. I'm sure she was joking. You understand what I'm saying? But she left some comment like, oh, typical, using the stereotypical depiction of witches. And it was like, I thought it was a joke. And I was like, I went to her page because the thumbnail was like, she was like a witch. So I was like, wait, is she serious? I looked at, she was a witch, and it was all straight. It was all serious. So I thought that was really funny. It's like, you're not a witch, right? You know witches aren't real, right? But I guess by definition, no, she doesn't know witches aren't real. Yellow Man. Yellowman.psd. Yellow and blue. You think I know? I don't know. You think I know? I don't know. This is a drawing I should have finished. I should go back and finally finish this one. This is sitting somewhere in my flat files. Well, they're not flat. It's just a portfolio that I keep smashed up against the wall. But I should go back and finish that one. As a pencil drawing of a harpy. These apartment people. Getting an apartment right now in New York is not easy. Second day it's on the market, too late. Nothing there. Nothing there. Zero zip nada. It ain't gonna happen. What's all this? It's a pretty cool angel. That could be a pretty cool pencil drawing. Ah, yes, my Tylenol commercial phase that lasted about a week. I just did a bunch of these one week at random. I don't remember why. I must have just been looking at a lot of Alex Gray and migraine commercials. Do you speak Spanish? Solo un poquito, no tanto. Estoy sin práctica. It's called Awake in a Dream. Pythonic Entertainment says, how do you study anatomy? Either get a very good reference book, like I think if you're going to self-teach, get something really pedantic just so that you have everything, you know, like Elliot Goldfinger's Anatomy for Artists. I think it's Anatomy for Artists. Someone in the chat can correct me. Is it Anatomy for Artists or Artistic Anatomy? That one just has everything. It's not fun. It's not designed for you. It's hard to get through, but it's all there. You know, it's just a straight reference. So if you're going to teach yourself, make sure you have at least one of those, a book like that, and then get like a draftsmanship book, like, you know, like the Stephen Rogers Peck book has some draftsmanship in it. But anatomy is specific enough and complicated enough that I think for most people, it's one of the things that, if you can, it's probably worth your time to just get a teacher. You should just hook up with a teacher whose job it is to teach anatomy. There's a lot of good ones, you know. Who's the guy who runs Bodies in Motion? I forget his name. Scott something? He does workshops. My teacher was Ray Bustos. I actually don't know if Ray is teaching in person these days. He might do only online, but he's around online and things like that. Francesco says, saludos desde Peru. Saludos de Nueva York. Well, I'm glad you asked. In fact, Elliot Goldfinger's Human Anatomy for Artists is right here on my desk. There you go. That's the name. Picture of Bane. I don't know why I did this. Don't really do fan art. Get the rare impulse every now and then. Scott Eden. That's his name. That's his name. Scott Eaton. His website, Bodies in Motion, is a good draftsmanship reference because it just has such a variety of extreme anatomical poses. But yeah, you do kind of need the it's good to have just a textbook, you know. Draw anime? Never. But look, I made you some content. Daddy made you your favorite open wide. Here comes the content. This one is called Burb. Burb.psd. Burb. Hi, Fanny. How was your nap? You're a good girl, huh? Yeah, you're a good girl. You're very calm, you're very smart, you're very intelligent, you're very beautiful, you're a good girl. You have stinky breath? I know. It's true. You have very stinky breath, it's true. It's kind of a cool design. I mean, cool for me because I can kind of see the like Ronald McDonald thing that I was going for, and I can imagine what it was supposed to be, but very rough sketch. Another crocodile. A very muscular crocodile. Very push shapes on that one. I don't know. I like the teeth. I usually don't have the patience to do that many little repeating things like that. I must have been feeling very dedicated that day. Very dedicated. How much I gotta donate for you to draw anime? Just for the record, you could donate $1 million and I won't draw anime, so don't waste your money. I can't be bought. And you'll have no legal recourse. I'll have your money. There'll be no way you can reclaim it. Especially not now that I put it on the record that no amount of money will make me draw anime. I don't know why I did these. Are these in a YouTube video somewhere? I don't know what these are. This is just the depths of my sketchbook. Yo, look at that croissant down there. That's the shapes right there, son. That croissant looks like a Metroid. $2 million? How about $2 million? $2 million? $2 million? We could settle on $2 million, right? Steven, what you was doing with art when you were 18? Nothing good. Crapola. Was not good at art. What was I doing with art? I briefly made a webcomic about my high school. That might be the only thing you could say I was doing. 16, 17, 18, I was really just like improving my skills and just like going through the pain of like not knowing how to do that and learning who the great teachers were, what history was, learning art history, going to see paintings, things like that. Like that was really the era was where I was like opening my eyes to like what was going on in the world, you know, like learning about how people used to be really good at like anatomical and imaginative drawing, and then after modernism that art sort of got subjugated and it went into hiding a little bit, you know, was retained in very certain schools, certain different geographical areas like Russia and stuff like that. That's when I was learning all of that stuff, you know, but I wasn't really like doing stuff. I was drawing, but I wasn't doing like projects or anything like that. There isn't much I could say I was doing. At 18, I would have been, you know, putting together a portfolio to get into school, but I didn't know what I was doing. Like I wasn't doing enough. Like it wasn't a big deal, you know? Fungus head. Indeed, there's a fungus there. Never did the body. A little bit of work on the face. Drawn funny, a funny drawing, am I right? Ghost.psd. Who knows what this is? Got no clue. Looks like a chozo. Don't know what that is. Says green orcish thing. The depths of my sketchbook. Do you have any artwork left from that time? I do, I just don't have it here. Like most people, all that old stuff, you know. I say, I'm throwing it out. My mom goes, no, hijo, give it to me. And so I put it in her basement. There's a giant pile of all of my old stuff in my mom's basement. A night, sort of quick night. Very sketchy. Have you ever taken another artist's course? Yeah, well, I mean, I went to art school, you know, so taken tons of education with artists. Huge amount of it. Some of the best. Don't know what this is. I think this was like a modified study of some character design for some video game that I don't think anyone plays anymore. Was it Outriders or something like that? I think I was like interviewing with the company, so I did this study just while I was thinking about interviewing. Is that right? I don't know. Done too much stuff like that. It goes in one ear, goes out. Comes in one ear, goes out the other. Jumping ghoul. I do not know. What about German schools? No, I've never gone to school in Germany or anything like that. Philosophizing demons. It looks like two old union guys telling a young guy how to get into the union or something like that. I got no damn idea. You guys should see how many files I'm skipping. You guys should see how many files I'm scrolling past to find the ones that I show. I mean, there's just gigantic piles of drawings in these folders. Pumpkinhead. I don't know. I just don't know. Have you been experimenting with Midjourney or DALL-E? And if so, how's the experience been for you? I have not used them. I have no interest in using them right now. Maybe I'll try them later. Some sort of a ship in a hangar. Very neon lights. Very cool anime adult game. Very cool. This one I used in a video, right? There's a YouTube video with that one. Some designs for a Yeti. I always like these ones. Did I do these on a stream? I don't remember, but I remember liking those. I just wanted to do a Yeti that had like a groom, you know, that had sort of a design to the way his fur fell instead of the generic, just like, fur, you know? Because, you know, animals have grooms, you know, their hair grows in different directions and at different lengths, and they have furnishings and stuff like that. Ah, yes, that is Art of Meritocracy, should it be? Thank goodness for the scholars. Gotta spell the anime wrong to keep the bots away. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I'll be right back. I need a peanut butter cup. Oh, my peanut butter cup. Eat it, dog. You know chocolate kills dogs. I know, Fanny, I'm just so snacky. Sweet and sour noodle stir fry. That's what we're going. All right, well, that was a fun journey through my sketchbook. I spent way too long doing that. Do I actually want to draw now? Maybe. Let's see. Don't whine at me. Don't you whine at me. It's 2 hours until your dinner time. You know that. I know your internal clock is razor sharp. All right, that's a lot of... Whoa, whoa. Look, we're not going to suffer that around here. All right? If you forgot what it takes to be respectful, there's going to be a problem. What did I do to anything? Don't say. Let's go back up to the top of my sketchbook. Steven, ever have days where you can't draw? Yeah, I mean, they've gone down over the years, but yeah, there's still some days where I'm like, my God, you know, I just can't do it. But I don't worry about them at all when they come up anymore. It's just not a big deal. It's like, I draw on so many days that I'm just not crazy enough anymore to think that a day off matters. You know, like I know it's hard when you're going through the period of your artistic career where you're like trying to learn if you're disciplined, you know, you feel like you haven't proven to yourself that you're a disciplined person yet, but you know, you get out of that phase, you know. I have no doubt in my mind. I know with 100% certainty that I'm in the 0.01 percentile of dedication and discipline with art. So because I understand that, I don't, you know, when I take a day off, it's just like, whatever, you know, I don't care. How useful has experimentation with different tools and methods been to your art? I don't know if I could track how useful it's been, but I've done a lot of it, and it's useful on its own just for keeping you entertained. So I highly recommend it. But would I say that like I learned like a drawing lesson from the times that did I learn like a drawing lesson from the times that I poured Copic marker ink into Tupperwares full of water and tried to make spaceship designs out of the weird surface crust that developed from the marker ink? No, it was fun to do, but I don't still today think like, yes, I'm drawing with that eureka that I learned from that experience. But I would still recommend doing stuff like that. I think it's generally a good idea. I'm honestly amazed that I'm drawing right now. You know, I thought for sure after just clicking through my sketchbook for 2 hours, I'd be like, I'm good. But here I am. Do I want to do this with the solid or the regular? What's the longest you've gone without making art? Not very long, not in recent memory. I recently took a 2 to 3 month break, specifically from drawing to make my drawing course, but I don't know if you would count that as a break from art, you know, because it was just, instead of actually making art, I just took 2 months to edit and produce a drawing course every day instead. So I don't really know if that counts. I was still thinking about art every day, writing about art, making diagrams about art. The longest I can, for real, this is going to sound stupid, but the longest I can specifically remember was, and it's not all that specific, I gave up drawing for Lent once when I was a kid. I must have been less than 12 years old. That's the longest I can remember taking a time off from art. Yeah, let me use I'm just going to do this with straight black. Hardest Lent I ever did. Are you feeling good today, Steve? Oh, yeah. Dang it. Every time my phone buzzes, I'm like, please be that apartment. It ain't gonna happen. I can tell they're snubbing me. Sorry, I was off. Did you say you do take suggestions? Very funny. No, I do not take requests. I just draw whatever I want. If I wanted to do requests, I'd take a job. I'd call one of my clients and say, what's scratching up? And I'd charge my day rate for it. Did you ever watch WWF WWE? No. I was not a wrestling kid when I was young. I was mostly a video game and paranormal stuff kid. I like to play video games and I like to read books from the New Age section at Barnes & Noble. So I like to read about UFOs and ghosts and Bigfoot and aliens, demons, stuff like that. I read so many books on all those topics that I never, I don't remember them. You know, I didn't like remember the authors or anything like that. But that was one of my favorite childhood activities. If I take your drawing mentorship session and the project I want to make that you are being paid to help me bring to life was to have Steven Zapata anime, what would you do? You'd hear from my lawyer. We would have an intellectual property right dispute. I learn by watching others. Is that wrong? No, everybody learns like that. It's an essential part of learning. How can I fall in love with art again? I don't feel the same when I draw. It's hard. It can be hard. I have a lot of advice on that in my YouTube videos, in the non-stream YouTube videos on that channel. But you got to figure out why. You just got to, for almost everybody who goes through that, if you get thoughtful about it and you pay attention, you can figure out, maybe not in like an ultimate sense, but most everybody can make progress. They can sort of figure out like, oh, right, I'm putting too much pressure on myself, or I'm not doing stuff that I really like, or I'm not connecting with my inner child. Like everyone can kind of get to something. So I think you want to do that. You got to begin the process of figuring out what that is for you. I would recommend start a journal. Make a notepad on your computer called Everything I Think About Art, and just start regurgitating into it for like 20 minutes a day. Don't plan, don't be critical, no one's ever gonna read it. Just start writing all your thoughts about art for 20 minutes a day, and don't judge them, and don't reread them when you're done. Just when you're done, just close the file and move on, go back to being miserable, and see what happens. See what happens. Sketchbook. This is July 29th. Is it okay to copy other artists' style to learn, or just find my own? Everything is okay in art. The only thing that's wrong in art is stealing, because it is illegal. Drawing with your streams makes me feel less lonely when I'm drawing. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you, Colleen. I'm honored to be of service, truly. Dragon Ball Zapata. I did also watch Toonami, like any American kid of my generation. That's how I got exposed to Dragon Ball Z, Gundam, Sailor Moon. Oh, I really liked Gundam. I really liked drawing Gundams, and I really liked building the model kits when I was a kid. I kind of fell off from that, completely. I don't really draw hardware. That didn't really stick, but I definitely loved making model kits as a kid. Not model kits in general, just Gundam model kits. They looked cooler than everything. I was like, who wants a car when you can have a sick robot with angel wings? Hi, Jimmy. Welcome. First time here. Wow, lucky you guys. Lucky you guys. I mean, how cool is that? You guys don't even know how much you hate me yet. That's so awesome. Ito says, "You my hero, love your work." Ito, you have excellent taste. I mean, that's incredible to hear. You know, it's not very often that we encounter on this stream someone with the most discerning of tastes, the most refined viewpoint on art and philosophy. But, you know, we're always happy whenever we encounter it. It's clear that you are of the highest caliber of artistic discernment. I sense good things in your future. Very cool anime adult game. The bots are nuts lately out of nowhere. They weren't showing up at all like last week and stuff like that. But they've been in the last few streams. It's not just because I put anime in the title. How long did it take you to find your art style? Well, I think the kinds of like the way I draw and what I focus on in drawing, like being form focused and things like that, I think that was always with me. If you mean when did it start looking good, it took a very long time. I was not a great talent out of the box for sure. I would say people really only started reacting to my work kind of strongly, like maybe like 6 years ago or so. Even before that, I was very good, like, once you knew me, right? Like, how to say it, like I was working by then. It was like I was extremely respected at work, you know? Like, people knew I was great at work, but like for just random people to be interested, for like people to message me on the internet and be like, please teach me and stuff like that, that was yeah, that was probably like 6-ish years ago. So that was probably like after a decade of doing art, being focused on art. Because yeah, 4, 26, 16, yeah, something like that. How you so good? I mean, it's a total mystery. It is very strange. It's uncanny how good I am. It's also uncanny how utterly relaxed I am while being so good, and how it comes out so effortlessly, and how I can crack jokes the whole time, and how I have a world-class singing voice and leading man charisma while doing these drawings that would completely vex another inferior artist who was completely focused. I mean, scientists have studied it. Doctors have done tons of lab tests on me, right? They're analyzing my spit, they're analyzing my drawings, they're analyzing my clothes, they're like controlling my diet, they're like, we've got to find out what it is, we need to be able to give this to all artists. And they've tried literally, I would say at this point, conservative estimate, everything. They've tried everything. And there's something about being me, you know? And, you know, maybe one day, if people donate enough money to leading edge science, you know, to astrophysicists, to St. Jude's Children's Hospital and stuff like that, if people really give them a lot of money, one day we might get like a new sort of like Nobel Prize genius, like a new Albert Einstein who's able to crack the code of just like, how is Steven so good? But until then, nobody really understands it. It's one of life's great mysteries. And they call it the Zapata effect for sure. Is this how you fight imposter syndrome with unrelenting confidence? You know, I don't get imposter syndrome. Is that weird? I hear people talk about it so much, and it plagues like everybody, and not just in art, but like everybody that I know. Almost like so many people that I know, just like in every walk of life, they just feel like an imposter. They worry that like any second, everyone around them is going to look at them and be like, "Oh my God, they're a hack." I don't get that. I feel like I'm the person they're afraid of. It's like I'm the one who looks at everybody else and I'm like, "Oh my God, you're all horrible. You all have no idea what you're doing. How do you get this job? I can't believe I'm going to have to carry this thing." Maybe it's just because I've had to carry too many things. Like, maybe that's why. I think maybe I've proven to myself too many times that, oh, right, I'm the only person who made sure this thing worked. So clearly I'm not the imposter. Bye, Arctic Monkey. I know what it is. He doesn't draw anime. Is it possible for a core shadow terminator to not appear if the object is round enough? It cannot appear, but it's not because it's round. Even a sphere, even a perfectly round object, can have a razor sharp terminator on it. It disappears if the light is large enough. It's like it's almost like there's too many terminators under a large light source. By a large light source, I mean what most people would call a soft light source, but just to be precise with our language, because a soft light source is soft because it's created by a light source that is relatively large compared to the illuminated object, not because there's anything dim or soft about the light source itself. But yeah, there's many situations where the terminator will, for all intents and purposes, not be there. It would be impossible to locate it, you know. But it's not about the roundness of the object. It's about the light source. Hey, P. I think people are so afraid of the Dunning-Kruger effect that they voluntarily throw themselves towards the imposter syndrome. Maybe. It really seems that that really gets people. How do you get ideas? How does anyone get ideas? I mean, they just come. They come from realms unknown, and they come unbidden. They come when you're driving. They come when you're in the shower. They come when you're trying to do other things or you're doing a task you hate. No one understands ideas. No one knows what they are. They simply arise. And it's our job to just pay attention. How have you not been in a 3D total sketching from imagination series book? I've been contacted. I just don't. I just haven't taken the jobs. Haven't taken the gig. I've been giving those gigs away. More fun to, for me at this point in my career, it's more fun to pass that job along and help someone get their first job in the industry. It's more fun to do that than it is to actually do the job. So, yeah. What was your work with clients? Concept art, fully rendered artworks, everything. I mean, I've done everything. Not everything. I don't do animation and things like that, though I've worked on things that have been animated. But I've delivered, over the years, I've delivered every kind of artwork you could imagine as finals. Because I'm a designer, not an illustrator, so I mostly get hired for my problem-solving ability, my draftsmanship ability, my communication ability. I don't usually get hired like an illustrator. I don't usually get hired for my individual illustration style. So I've had to deliver, because of that, I've had to deliver everything, every kind of thing. I would say by bulk, most of my work has been not far off from stuff like this, doing design drawings, kind of like the stuff you see here, but not necessarily of this type. I've done, a lot of my work has been environmental work, designing environments, real, imagined, all sorts of stuff. But how do you get a light source from pencil? I don't get it. That's a huge question, Pythonic. Do pursue my brand new drawing course, Form from Imagination. The link is in the description. Because my answer to that question is ridiculously detailed and super long and requires dozens of demonstration drawings. It's no joke. It's a serious endeavor. This character is really humorous. Easy. Easy now. Steady now, boys. Let me put something on my to-do list real quick before I forget. Don't worry, I got my calendar right here. Just gotta write it before I forget. How do you light environments filled with things? You need to understand the basics of how the base geoforms get illuminated by light sources. There's no way around it. You got to know how a cube reacts to a light source, how it reacts to being under a local light source or being under the sun. Got to know how a sphere reacts. Once you know that stuff, it's relatively simple. You know, you just break down complicated objects into their most primordial geoshapes, and then that'll give you the answers. That doesn't mean that the right answers are the ideal ones. There's always room to make things up. But if you really don't know what a cube's going to do under a simple light, what hope do you have of correctly lighting like a, you know, a restaurant or a theme park or an alien spaceship or something like that? Just remember, as you go down that road, the right answers are not necessarily the best answers. There must always be room to break the rules. How can one be successful as a freelancer? Any vids on business advice? You need friends. Unless you're like one of the top 100 in the world, you need friends. People just hire their friends or people that other people have recommended. And most of the people who are hiring for art, they don't really know how good you are. They can't tell. You know, they're not in art. And then that's why they ask for recommendations, because they look... I mean, when the people who hire for art flip through ArtStation, they can't tell the difference between a Ruan Gia and a Rando. So they just go to their friend and they're like, who do you know who's good? You know, so... Apartment? Negative. So you need friends. You need to make connections. You need people to know you. You know, when I give jobs away, I give them to my friends or at least people like my students, you know, people either who I have a close relationship with through education, or I've seen them posting like on my Discord for a long time and I know they're good. I know they're dedicated, and that they're at the level or they're appropriate for the job. You need friends, you need community. Hey, Steve, remember me from high school? We were like best buddies and stuff. I do not, and I don't believe you. Send me a message on Instagram if that's true, and don't ask me to make NFTs for you. Everyone who has reached out to me from high school over the past few years, they're just like, hey, we haven't talked in a long time. And I'm like, oh man, you have a family. And they ignore the nice thing I said and they go, have you ever thought about doing NFTs? So if that's why you're bringing that up, just, it's a no from me. No job for me then. See, you think I'm that easy to fool? Come on. Come on. I'm not just gonna believe someone. That was a good joke though, good bit. I wish I'd got it. I could have played along with you. Are they red and black on a single layer? No. I should actually be doing everything on separate layers, but whatever, it's a sketch, it's no big deal. I'll do the next stuff on a separate layer. Steven Zapata will go down in history as the most prolific anime NFT artist. My Wikipedia entry will just be that. It'll be Steven Zapata was a infamous American artist, actor, singer, and most importantly, anime NFT artist. He was also a convicted felon and was incarcerated from 2032 to 2056. I was on that one quick. I got that bot like whoosh. Any plans to go to Lightbox Expo? I might go, yeah. I got some... I need to find out the dates for some other stuff first, and then I can solidify my plans. What's your opinion on drawing versus painting? One being necessary for the other or being better for learning? I mean, they speak to each other. You know, they're extremely interrelated. I don't think there's any reason to resist one or the other. I find both enjoyable. But if you really like hate one or the other, like, don't do it. There's nothing saying you have to do both. Think about how many artists that you know and love only paint or only draw. You know, it's not a big deal. I wonder if I could lighten this and get anything useful. Nah, I didn't construct it carefully enough. It's not really doing. I would need to clean line everything to do that. Let's not. Gold helmet just to have the color pop. Maybe, baby. Color wheel versus hue cube. Discuss. Color wheel all the way. I used the hue cube for years though. Hue cube's great. I'm just messing around. I just like this. I like this color wheel because it has the chroma lock function. If I click this, little sun here, if it's on, if I have a color picked at this value, if I rotate around the color wheel, it moves the selection automatically so that the value stays the same while the hue changes, which is useful. You can see changes pretty wildly based on what hue you're on. The hue cube does not do that. You need to do that stuff by eye. That's respecting the chroma point and things like that. How important is having an art education? Because places where I live in India, art is hardly taught and respected. It's not important. It's not important for like jobs or anything like that. It's like if you can learn it on your own and you're good at it, nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's getting hot in here. Maybe it's gonna rain again. That's sad to hear, considering India's rich cultural, architectural, and artistic heritage. It is. It is sad. Oh yeah, I believe it. The idea that art is not valued or respected. Yeah. That's just, that's just our current era. I mean, it's true in America too. I'm sure it's maybe not as bad as you're saying, but I mean, no one really gets what artists do anywhere, probably. And no one's super interested, People are interested in creativity, The products of art people still like movies and TV show and stuff like that, but people who watch those things and love those things, which is the mass populace, it's definitely mainstream. They don't really think about like the artists who make it, I think most, your average Joe on the street probably can only name a couple movie directors, the most famous ones. They probably can't name a single person who directs TV, It's like they just like the product. They don't really worry about artists or think about artists. Our current era, people respect bankers. That's the most respected people in the world. The people whose job is to stare at money in charts, and then they get paid money to stare at the money in the charts. They're currently the most important people in the world, and they're the most respected people in the world. I think Vince Gilligan is well known for TV directing. All right, so for example, my wife loved Breaking Bad. She loves Better Call Saul. We're currently watching Better Call Saul. I promise you she does not know who Vince Gilligan is. I promise you that. That's just not how most people consume stuff. We forget because we are those kinds of people who care and want to know, like, wow, how'd they do it? And wow, I'm so interested in this. But it's like, that's just not most people. That's still weird. Not weird, but you know what I mean. Like, it's a choice, it's an interest. It's almost hobbyist level to be able to name who directs TV or something like that. Thanks, Stephen, for the background noise. I am since 3 days also the proud owner of an air conditioner. Nice. Good for you, AP. Much love for the air conditioner, man. We need them. How do people watch Breaking Bad and just ignore Vince Gilligan? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's easy. It's easy to ignore them. You got to remember that we're You got to remember that no one cares, man, you know? And I think it's kind of important to acknowledge that, because it can, if you don't acknowledge that, it's easy to become resentful when you know, go for something really creatively challenging and finally achieve something great, and you broke your back to do it for 20 years or something like that, and then you tell your family and they're like, well, they don't understand. It's like, it's easy to resent them at that point, you know? It's like, I do think it's kind of part of becoming a professional to like have the moment where you realize like, oh, that's right, nobody cares. Nobody cares. The only people who care are the other people on the job. It's like, think about like the intensity of like the insular like advertising world, right? Like the excitement of like, oh, I work for the mill or the frame store, and you know, we make the world's greatest ads or something like that. And you tell a normal person like someone makes ads, and they're like, people make ads? I thought ads just appeared in the ether, you know? Like, no, people have no notion that like they don't know what the mill is or what frame store is or anything like that. And it's like, in those environments, you would think they're the Catholic Church, you know? Like you would, when you're actually in those worlds, you would think they're the most important places in the world. That's so insane to me, to just freely jump content to content without digging deeper on who is making what. Yeah, I mean, that's insane to you because you're just like, you're so close to it that you can't imagine anything else. But no, it's, your position is the unusual position. Our position is the unusual position. To see, to see like a movie that was shot by Roger Deakins, and to, first off, it's actually already weird to even notice in a way you can say that a movie has beautiful cinematography. That's already weird. The 95% of people just say it was great, and they don't know how to break it down, and they don't have a conscious space in their head for, they can just feel this was better than that, this was higher quality than that, right? But to even notice like that something had exceptional or strange cinematography is like, that is the more unusual thing. And then it's a much more unusual step after to stick around and be like, who shot it? It was Deakins. Yes, of course. And then to go look up, how the heck did Deakins shoot 1942 or whatever? Is that the name of that? 1917? It's like, that's just not what most people are gonna do. Most people don't know who Roger Deakins is. You are right. Whenever I light environments just focusing on form like cubes, spheres, etc., it looks weird as compared to other pro concept artist environment. What's the missing point. I mean, you got to know your modeling factors. Check out my course, Form from Imagination, where I give a detailed explanation of the modeling factors. There's very little quick that could be said about it. It's, you know, it's a thing. What are H pencils for? It's just a hardness of pencil. It's for whatever you want to use a hard pencil for. It's not for a specific task. One artist will do with an H pencil what another artist does with a 3B pencil. It just depends how hard you press on the paper naturally and stuff like that. Wait, do I really want to be doing that? Do I want to do another character, or do I want to keep working on this guy? That really looks like he's emerging from the shadows. I don't want to keep going because I'd start rendering, and I don't like rendering into pure black. Takes too long to paint it out. Maybe the next one we'll do with a finer line instead of like comic booky blobs. Maybe we can render that one a bit. Save it. Pursuing a career in art, games, VFX, animation is actually killing my joy for making art sometimes. At the same time, it makes me very ambitious and motivated, a very contradictory feeling. Brother, I understand you. I've had that for years and years. Get my water bottle. Was that an attempt at Bane posting, or is my brain fried? I don't know what Bane posting is. I'm too old. You don't understand. I'm 32 years old. I'm a dinosaur. I'm ancient. I'm decrepit. I don't know your young person words. Bane posting. What could that mean? Is that posting pictures of Bane from Batman? Can you give me a tip on drawing feet? Put shoes on them. Why do I want to work on this one? Nothing too special here. Well, maybe I can find something. Something's pulling me to it. Dang, it's getting hot. I think it's about to rain. It feels like the humidity is spiking. Zella says, what questions do you constantly hear from people? It's art. You get like the same 15 questions over and over again. It's like, how do I get better? I don't feel good while I draw. What pencil do you use? What's the paper? What's the paper? What's the paper? Over and over. To leave some cleaner lines, let's make this big, bitty big. I hear that train a-comin', it's rollin' round the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps rollin' on. How does that last emoji only post always get through? I hear you snurfling, dog. Don't you go a snurfling now. What's your favorite season of the year? Fall. I'm a fall guy. Don't like summer. I'm not good in the heat. Summer's hard on me. Fall and winter for sure. How many fingers do you use to draw with? All of them. As I'm drawing, I'm always like, I'll hold it like this, and then I'll quickly switch to a grip like this, where I hold it in just my pinky and my thumb. I'll draw like this for a while. And then I'll do this, and then I'll kind of back and forth it through every finger, like a ladder, and I'll draw like that for a while. It's the easiest way to control your lines. Ever double hand it? Yep. It increases your strength so that you can wield pencils with higher weight requirements. What's that thing on your hand for? It's just so that my hand oils don't build up on the screen I'm drawing on. Other people use it to make their hand glide smoothly over the screen, but I've never had a problem with that for some reason. But I do have oily skin, so... Changing the silhouette pretty significantly there. These sharp lines of varying line quality are moi, chef's kiss, chef's keys. I'm glad you like them. Jesse is a friend. Well, I know he's been a good friend of mine. But lately something's changed and I'm hard to define. Jesse's got himself a girl and I wanna make her mine. And she's watching him with those eyes. Heard that song out at lunch today and I was like, damn, I haven't heard that one in a long time. Late at night. You know I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Where can I find a woman like that? I'll play along with the charade. There doesn't seem to be a reason to change. You know I feel so dirty when they start talking cute. I wanna tell her that I love her, but the point is probably moot. This Clip Studio, this is Photoshop. Big Photoshop. On your best week, how many NFTs would you say you make a day? I mean, I break these canvases up by the pixel, so literally in the hundreds of thousands when I sell my NFTs. I mean, I'm way too popular to just be selling NFTs of complete works of art. I sell the individual pixels. Hey, no problem, Jenny. Thanks for being here. Happy to be of service. Happy to help people keep drawing. Easy enough for me. All I gotta do is draw and not have a panic attack. Pretty simple. Pretty simple until it's not simple. What's your Twitter? I don't use my Twitter. I have one, an old one. I got on Twitter back in like 2007, like the year Twitter came out or something like that. I have a very old Twitter, but I don't post on it. I also don't check it either, so don't reach out to me there. I won't see it. Do you have any references up at the moment? Nope. Just winging it. And again, I want to remind people, that's just because that's fun for me. It would be better. It would be better if I had references up. I would probably make a better design. But I'm just trying to relax, and I'm my most relaxed when I'm winging it, so here we are. That is a sweet anime character. Thanks. Needs more spikes and mutations. Knowing me, it'll happen. Knowing me. Whenever I'm like, this design's boring, let's put some muscly arms on it. That's what I always do. Why are all artists always into music, including me? I'm not really into music. I have terrible taste in music. I listen to Ariana Grande all day. I'm not saying she's terrible, but I just mean, I don't know, artists tend to be, in my experience, artists tend to be more into like niche music, you know, little deeper cut stuff. It's probably just because we spend so much time listening to music because we're alone working, and we do the kind of job where we can listen to music the whole time. So I think we just get very into it because of that. Yeah, like the only Ig said. Do you know any good places to shop to build a PC? I do not. I just buy Macs. You know, it's what I do my work on. It's, you know, I'm that Mac guy you hate. When I need a new computer, I go to apple.com. I click the scary Mac. And I push all the sliders to the right. There's no sliders. You make selections, but I just go to the bottom of each one. And then I look at the price and I say, seems big. And then I hit buy. Seems like a lot. Do you have the Apple monitor stand? No, I don't go. I haven't gone that far. I'm not as much of an Apple fanboy as I wish I was. I've got a line. I don't have the studio display that they put out, but I'm not above buying it. I'm not above buying that. I would totally do it. Because it seems they're kind of... Because the 27-inch iMac was my thing, you know, and it seems they're discontinuing that. So the studio display is like the way to still get the iMac screen. So I'm very used to my iMac screen. Everything else looks worse, so I would totally get it. How frequently do you wear the black turtleneck? If I'm not on stream, I'm wearing it. Any moment where I'm not live on the internet, I'm wearing the black turtleneck. I heard if you have a Mac, you can sidecar and have separate screen on iPad, and you can draw like that perfectly. Have you used that feature, sidecar? Yeah, I have. It works. I don't do it because it's for a really specific reason. It's because in Photoshop, when I work in Photoshop, I'm really used to seeing the ghost of my pen, like this thing. That's the ghost, right? I'm really used to seeing that and seeing it move around the canvas. And the iPad Apple Pencil doesn't do the electromagnetic resonance thing where it senses when you're hovering over the screen. It only senses when you touch. And that takes me, I'm so used to using the ghost in Photoshop that takes me completely out of it, and I can't do it. I can't draw in Photoshop in there. But if that wouldn't bother you, it works great. It's not the biggest screen, you know, so I'm used to using Photoshop for stuff that needs like file management, lots of layers, tools, palettes, things like that. So the small iPad screen is not really ideal for that. So really for the stuff I would want to draw on the iPad for, I'd rather just do it in Procreate, which just has like a very minimal UI. I'm used to not seeing the brush ghost in Procreate. You know, I know the brushes, about what size they go down, stuff like that. I see the ghost of my pen everywhere. Yeah. I know what you mean. No, let's draw the feet and stuff first. Then we'll go. I'm always looking for an excuse to draw knee, but don't make sense here. Steven, did you ever clash, had a fight with someone who was knee deep in the imposter syndrome? I wonder what it's like to face someone who is utterly convinced her art is awful. Clashed or had a fight with them? No, I mean, I've tried to help them, but I wouldn't say we've clashed at all. I don't think I've had that. It's like on a job, if someone has imposter syndrome when they're actually good, it's like, all right, well, they're still making the art good. So if they don't, you know, if they don't feel good, that's a shame, but I don't always have the time to help them, you know? The guy that I am on, you know, YouTube, Like the stuff that I talk about in the videos, I've always kind of been that guy on jobs. You know, I have always been the kind to like tell people like, hey, don't worry about it so much. Like, we're going to be all right and don't stress it and all of that. But so whenever I have the time, I have done it. But yeah, I don't really think I would clash with them, you know. Hide user is Kate says, I'm working on a painting of a character. Any suggestion of a cool idea? I'm thinking Charizard. Go for Charizard. Follow your heart. Do you think you could beat up Stan Prokopenko with prep time or no prep time? Hello, my little dog. You're 20 minutes early. 20 minutes. Yes, you're a good girl. I know you're very good. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows you're a good girl. She's staring at her dog food. You know I hate when you do that. Don't just sit there staring at it. Come on. She just sits right in front of it and looks at it. Silent, motionless. She's like, he understands this sign. He'll eventually get it. Tips for line discipline. I've often heard that you have to spend a lot of time with a pencil to get good with the pen. No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's just a confidence thing. And it is a fake it till you make it thing as well. Just, if you dream of doing bold, daring lines, just do them, even if you suck at it. Because they're just a thing to be practiced on their own. There's only so much better you're going to get at bold, daring lines by doing careful, scared, really fretted over lines. It's like, it'd be nice to think that they really cross over, but they don't. You have to practice probably both, which I think kind of comes naturally. If you do this over long time scales, it's like inevitable that you'll do both, but practice the daring ones. Practice the kind of lines you want to do. Most people just are easily discouraged. That's definitely a huge problem in art. People tend to be very easily discouraged, and if something doesn't work in a week of trying it, they're like, oh my God, this is hopeless. No, it's like the timescales are much longer than you tend to expect. The timescales are years. years. Man, we've been on for 4 hours, eh? I'll go for a bit more. I want to get some flats on this guy. Let's just, I don't really feel like I need him to be in his own file. I'm just going to stick him over by the first guy, since they're from the same batch. Could you draw one of these guys flying on a dragon, please? Absolutely not. No way. No way. I refuse. I'll never draw one of them on a dragon. I'm not going to do it. What? He said no. The artists aren't supposed to say no to anything. Ugh. Incredible. He really just said no to that request. How did he grow so powerful? Oh wait, I forgot I had that on. Oh, this document isn't big. That's right. All right, well, let's just make it. What was the other one? $15,000. Do you do animation? I do not. It's a part of art I never quite got into. I've always been a, you know, still image kind of a guy. I like crafting the still. I don't think, my temperament just doesn't align with animation. I get very frustrated if I can't make, I get very frustrated by not being able to make the individual drawings as good as I can. I mean, you could, of course, it's just the timelines are restrictive. It's like, it's fun to simplify, but I don't like feeling like I have to simplify, you know? Do you know Peter Draws? Yeah, I've seen Peter Draws' channel. He's one of the most infamous YouTube artists of all time. What's your opinion on AI-generated art? Is it a danger for the craft when it comes to art appreciation? Absolutely. I mean, it'll be the death of us. Good Vegeta impression. Thank you. How can I fix problems with asymmetry in drawing? Asymmetry isn't really a problem. Most things are asymmetrical in most views. Symmetrical views are rare and boring. The problem is that you're probably not making interesting asymmetrical shapes. So just go further down the rabbit hole. Just make them more interesting in their asymmetry. Tuscan red or indigo blue? Indigo blue all the way. Oops. My dog is being so pathetic right now, acting like I'm starving her. Like, don't do me like that. Do you have a favorite creature? Giger's alien is transcendent. It's I don't know. I don't think anything beats it. It's just it's utterly human and utterly alien at the same time. It's like it gets all of the benefits of something being vaguely anthropomorphic and none of the downfalls. I don't know. Might be nostalgia, but I think the xenomorph is probably as good as it gets. All right, so now that the lines are in, I don't need it to be nearly this big, so I'm going to cut this in like half because it's slowing down my computer. Sorry, the image size thing is going. You guys can't see the bar. I really struggle with that mood dip a few days after you notice you've improved and your observation skills pass up your abilities again. Yeah, it can be brutal. You just got to get used to, you know, not giving a damn. Just, after a while, you just accept, at least I think, after a while, I think you just accept that there will be times where you think you're great, and there will be times where you think you suck. And that's all right. Just ride it out, you know? Let knowing that a time that you think you suck is coming temper your expectations and your megalomania in the good times, and let the knowledge that you're going to feel way better about your work as long as you keep doing it in a little bit help you feel better when you're feeling down. What do you think about Adobe Sketchbook? I haven't really used it. You know, you should draw one of these guys flying on a dragon fighting a xenomorph. There's a hell for people like you, and I will take you there. First time catching the stream live? Wow. Welcome, Zach. Unbelievable. I gotta make some time to do some late night streams so I can catch that time zone. That's the one time I haven't really been doing. I've been doing morning, I've been doing afternoon like this, but after dinner, I'm a scrub, you know? I'll still draw sometimes, but I've got just enough energy that I'd rather just draw on my own. But I gotta make some time. If I withhold from drawing, if I edge drawing for the rest of the day, I'll be able to go at night. I gotta do some late night streams. That joke was beneath me, I apologize. The times have been perfect for Europe, yeah. Yeah, ironically, I've probably been missing my local crowd because they're all at work and stuff like that. Hey Steven, how it going? I'm good. How are you, Eric Stearns? Hey Joey. Seems as though somebody enjoyed playing Elden Ring yesterday. Oh yeah, that is probably why I suddenly got on the dark fantasy kick again, because I was doing mostly anatomy monsters recently. Makes a lot of sense. Dog still staring at her food. Now she has given up and she's laying down in front of it. She's like, he's a fool. After all these years, I can't communicate with him. How is he so stupid? She's still got 2 minutes, all right? We run a tight ship around here. I mean, what is the body but an anatomy vehicle? Indeed, indeed. Indeed, good sir. You know what, let's just do the whole cape as blue. And then we'll cut the white of the fringe over it. And you know what? Let's come back to that because it'll be easier once I've laid in the other stuff. So let me just make that blue. 6 o'clock. I'm pushing it, dog, but 4 hours and 15 minutes in, it's still fun to draw, so. If only drawing was less fun. But I gotta like make dinner soon and stuff like that. Or else hunger's gonna strike. Rycard reminded me of something you would have designed. It's a kind compliment, thank you. I wouldn't put his infamously bad voice acting over my above me either. Definitely sounds like some stupid voice I would make on this stream. All right, now she can get her food. Let me feed her. Yeah, look, Rycard's voice acting was right up my alley, actually. I've just heard other people saying they thought it was ridiculous. That is why I think it's a voice I'd be prone to make. Not for anything in particular. They're just further developments of some sketches I did in my sketchbook while I was getting tipsy at the local pub for lunch today. Where'd that page go? There. I doodled that with my fountain pen while I was eating my lunch. I did this one. I'm working on this one and that one. Was that whiny voice how you wooed your wife? Taking notes for a friend. No. I got her with a, oh yes, come to Sturvin. Who could resist? You're eating and I'm getting chicken ads on your video. Just algorithm things. What the? It's weird. Are you guys getting ads while you watch? I thought I only had I guess it's not really up to me. Just have skippable video ads and overlay ads on. I guess I don't know how often you guys see those. Just lost your fave fountain pen recently? Oh no, those ain't cheap. Those are not cheap. Actually, let's just keep it all nicely layered. Does Joe in a hospital gown count as an ad? Not here. That's pure content around here. Color theory is so incredibly rad, and I love how you can paint in monochrome and make colors look different just by changing the value and saturation. Color is so incredibly rad. Color is very cool. It's just very cool. I'm gonna try to not add any new colors here, so I'm just gonna use this rust again. Oh yeah, I had this color up here. I can use this for the splints. Is Form from Imagination the design course you were talking about nearly a year ago? No. But if you want to see the design course, get form from imagination, because it'll be funding it, that's for sure. The design course is serious business. That's gonna take a while. That's gonna take a while. I learned a lot making form from imagination. It means POD will be all the better when I make it. Oh wait, that's right. Yeah, I should do it this way. Fine, 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 fine. Is cross-hatching necessary in drawing and comics? Nope. I don't do much of it. My drawing is based on soft blending for the most part. I lay hatching over that, but it's the soft form modeling that's doing most of the work. I think what would be necessary for something like comics is the only necessities in comics would be as if you have partners, if you have like an inker or something like that. But not all comics are made in the traditional, you know, penciler, inker, colorist paradigm. So unless you have an inker who needs a very specific thing from you, there's no requirements anywhere in art, you know. And it's fun to buck whatever requirements people say there are, you know. If people are like, oh, you can only do landscapes, you know, fully painted. It's like, if you're the one person who shows up and does them with flat colors and they still look good, it's like, that just makes you stand out. And then everyone's like, God damn it, I should have thought of that. Wait, are you serious? Bill came in and he did a what? He did a flat color landscape? But I've been rendering landscapes my whole life. Damn it, I could have been doing it with flat colors this whole time. Why did I think of that? Monica, get in here. Why didn't you tell me I could have done it with flat colors? Well, you never asked. You should have said something. I almost passed out. Doing that. Okay, just need a couple pencils. Sorry, I'm discussing dinner with my wife. I just fed you. Don't come over here looking for pretzels. If someone needs to start learning design now and not wait a year, any resource recommendations? I would watch a lot of interviews with like behind the scenes stuff for games and movies where they talk to the artists. Look for the extended ones where they just let the artists like explain their problem solving. One of my favorite ones is watch the if you really have no idea what like a design benchmark looks like, watch the early behind the scenes from Game of Thrones with the woman who designed the costumes for Game of Thrones. If you've never looked into like pro level design and like what the principles of design do and what the benchmark is for that level of thinking, she will shred your mind to pieces. She will shred your mind to pieces. Her little chats in those videos are a masterclass in design. Oh yeah, well the Targaryens are this, this, and this, so obviously the shapes of their clothing should be this, this, and this, and we'll tie it to this historical era which happens to have those kinds of shapes. And of course we'll only use this limited palette of values, and we'll keep the contrast up here because this character uses this the most, and you know, we'll align the cuts on this kind of clothing with the part of their body that symbolizes this part of their psychology. It's like, yep. Then just imagine all of that for cars, environments, layout of landscapes, everything in the world. Watching the making of Lord of the Rings at the moment. Game of Thrones crazier than that. From my memories, they let her talk way more. In the Lord of the Rings ones, it's really pure entertainment. I mean, and the Game of Thrones ones are entertainment too, but I don't remember there being Weta in those behind the scenes is really just trying to impress you with how cool they are. But when they let the costume lady on Game of Thrones talk, it's like, you're like, oh, that's right, I'm stupid. Oh, that's right, I have no idea what I'm doing. And the costumes in Lord of the Rings were like, they're all right, but like, I mean, in my opinion, the costumes in Game of Thrones are the height of the form. It's the best it's ever been. They're the most consistent, most overwhelming, most sheer volume, scale, breadth, variety. I mean, I've never seen anything that competes. Not since. Everything else looks kind of lazy by comparison. I'm not saying they're perfect. Nothing's perfect in design. And there's some sore thumbs. Kingsguard armor. Bit of a sore thumb. Really attention grabbing. A lot of screen time. The tribal tattoo shapes are a shame. They're a shame. But nothing's perfect. And the supreme quality of everything else is just, it makes up for it. I think the costume designs of Wes Anderson movies are also really well thought out. I think Wes Anderson's movies are brilliantly designed in general. He's one of the best. And I'm a sucker for his compositions personally because I tend towards formal compositions, you know, even in my drawings, but I just think formal stuff is so cool. It's probably from my love of religious art. Wes's the like incessant formalness of Wes's shots is just like so mesmerizing to me. I love it. I haven't seen his most recent one. What is it? French something? I gotta check that out. French Dispatch, yeah. Why are you staring at me? My dog is pointing right at me like a bullet. She's laid down like a sphinx with her nose just pointing straight at me. I fed you. What is it? You don't have water? You have water. It's the pretzel. She wants a pretzel. I forgot I had the pretzel bag here. Dogs love pretzels. Yeah, I gotta find time to do some later night streams. I also gotta do some on the weekend. I've been doing only weekdays. But you know, I like to rest on the weekend too. We all like our rest, don't we? You have to see it. I loved it. Yeah, I'm saving it for a rainy day. I've got it in the back pocket for sure. It's got to be out on like the services by now, right? It's got to be on like Amazon Prime, somewhere you can rent it. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I love really well thought out still shots, and I barely actually see them in anything. Camera's always going every which way, and you can't take in just one cool image. Wes Anderson likes to sit still. Yeah, it's so cool. He's just, you know, he's got a great thing going for him. It'll probably become more common as time goes on and people are more willing to wear his influence on their sleeve, you know? It always takes a bit because, like, when someone does something unique and special like that, their contemporaries tend to resist because they're like, oh, I don't want everyone to compare me to Wes. But then the generation underneath, they'll be like, oh, I'm proud to be compared to Wes, you know? And then the people who, then it'll just become more popular. How it goes in so many art forms. What is the most important thing to take into consideration when developing a character? Their role in the story. That's always number one. And that comes in infinite varieties. You just base everything on the story. It's about the job they have to do in the story. If they're a main character, they tend to be more nuanced and complicated because they, like literally in their design, like shapes, shape breakdowns, they tend to be less iconic. Well, you still want them iconic, but they're not going to be like one note designs. So, because they're main characters, so they have to express a much wider range of emotions throughout the story to have a character arc. And then if a character is a minor character, you know, they're only like a bit or a joke or they're only in one scene, they tend to be more one note because they only need to express one thing. It's like the difference, like if you've ever seen WALL-E, it's like the difference between WALL-E, who's like all eyes, expression, modification. His form is based on his function, the fact that he can take in trash, but it's kind of hidden, right? His hands are still for emoting. He sucks the stuff into a square body. That's pretty simple. He has huge range. Compare WALL-E with the little cleaner bot that he encounters up on the space station. The cleaner bot's only for a bit, right? It's a smaller character. It's a memorable character, right? Both are iconic, but WALL-E is more nuanced and the cleaner bot is like all cleaning and his one emotion, you know, that he wants to clean stuff. It's that kind of a thing. Awesome character, has a bandit samurai look. Thank you. Thank you. Just messing around. Curious after watching the Game of Thrones costume vid, how do you square away zombie fighter guy in ruddy brown armor and really nice blue cape with white trim? I don't square it away. I am not working on Game of Thrones. Do you like Charlie Kaufman films? I'm not sure I've ever seen one. Did he do that one that was on Netflix recently with the the couple going to visit the guy's parents and it's all weird. I saw that one. If that's a Charlie Kaufman film, I didn't like it. But maybe I would like some of his other stuff. Ghost Warrior from Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I could see that. Do you use references for these stuffs? No, because right now I'm just relaxing. I mean, I've drawn a lot of stuff like this before, so I've seen references before, looked at references before, and I can, I'm pulling from that. You know, it's not like I'm making this up out of nowhere, but I'm not looking at anything right now. It's just past experience. If I hadn't done something like this before, yeah, I should use reference. And if I wanted to, if I was doing these designs like very seriously or something like that, then I would definitely go get reference, because this would all need to be inspired by like historical stuff and things like that. Or ideally it would be. Because history is just way better and way more interesting than anything you're gonna make up. All of the weirdest, coolest stuff is all real stuff, it turns out. Steven, I imagine those symbols on his cape glowing during a full moon. I like that. That's got to be a good sign that my art makes you imagine anything. I'm thinking of ending things. Yes, that was the one. It was interesting. Definitely a very interesting movie. You'd have a hard time saying it wasn't interesting. I can appreciate anything for being interesting, I think. It just wasn't for me. Bye, Joe. I don't know how much I want to get into rendering this, because, oh boy, we've been going for 5 hours already. I should have been eating like an hour ago. If I start getting into the nitty-gritty of rendering this, that'll get kind of crazy. So maybe I'll just save it. Maybe I'll want to come back to it on another stream or something like that. The base is there. How big is your screen? I'm working on the Kamvas 24 Pro. Anyone know how big this is? I think it's 24 inches. Down, but it looks, yeah, it's probably a little smaller than my 27-inch iPad. Not iPad, 27-inch iMac. Oh, Being John Malkovich is Charlie Kaufman. That was great. Haven't seen that in years and years. Bye, Jacob. Damn, how do you draw for 5 hours straight? I don't know. I'm a freak. Just, it's fun. It's just deeply habituated. Deeply habituated. I've just been doing it for a very long time, and I'm very used to putting in long hours. I mean, from working as an artist, I'm used to working on art 8 to 10 hours a day. That's how long I spend on it doing gigs and working at studio or working from home on a contract. I'm just used to it. And I keep it fun. I just don't do anything that makes it less fun. And as soon as it stops being fun, I just switch, do a different sketch, change the way I'm doing it. I always prioritize my enjoyment. What are you going to eat for dinner? I forgot I'm supposed to be eating. I know, I said I was going to leave. But then I got to soften in the Terminator core shadow transition, creating halftones, and that's just classic place for me to get sucked in. Classic. Just creating the contrast between sharp cast shadows and soft form shadows. I don't know, I was gonna cook, but now my wife's gonna eat out. So I think I'm gonna eat out too. I don't feel like cooking just for me, so. Maybe I'll just go get some pizza or something. All right, I'm gonna leave him here. And I am gonna jet. Fun stream, everybody. We had a good old time. I mean, the truth is that we had a good old time. We did a bunch. We made marks. We looked at sketchbook pages. We had fun. 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 Ooh. God, when you cook, do you sometimes make the presentation artistic? No, I'm not. I mean, you know, just sometimes I'll plate it nice if it lends itself to it, you know, like swoop the sauce around it just because, you know, it's there in the recipe photo or something. But not as an effort. I don't make an effort to do that. I spend enough time trying to make things look good during the day that I kind of give myself a pass on cooking. I'm not an artist in the kitchen, for sure. Bye, everybody. Take care. By Zach, by C, by Fabian, by David, by Nick, by Nishio, by Nata5. Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend. If you're going to keep drawing, I hope your drawing treats you well. Enjoy your drawing life. Be creative people. Thanks for streaming. Oh, my pleasure. I'm happy to be here. And if it provides some service to you, well, I'm very happy about that. If it makes you feel like, oh yeah, I'll try to draw for a bit while Steven draws, and it makes you feel good to have camaraderie in the chat and know that other people are drawing at the same time, I think that's wonderful. I think that's wonderful. It's fun to draw and know that, you know, 100 people are probably also drawing, you know. It's good stuff. By Heido, by Pedro, by Zworden14, by Alin, by Dragonfruit, by AP, by Zella. All right, everybody. Take care. I'm going to go eat. Have a good one. I'll see y'all soon.